Bluff. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ice. Energy. Energy. From Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Dan Ball on WEEI.
You know, well, I'm a chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Well, in Tom's pursuit of bangers, as rejoins here, Ball and Turp with you here on WEEI. He nailed that one. That's for damn sure. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Talking Boston Celtics with Justin Turpin, who covers the Boston Celtics amidst a number of other roles here for WEEI. So more Patriots stuff on the horizon, which I'm fired up about. We got training camp starting in less than a week. The rookies reported today, so Patriots season is fully getting underway. So we'll get more into that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Again, Red Sox baseball at 6:15. That's the pregame show with our guy Joe Weil. We'll have Joe in at the top of the 6 o'clock hour just to get you set for the 1,000,001 different storylines that are going on with the Boston Celtics. One gentleman who we teed up right before the break who is not a member of the Boston Celtics, despite some rumors and some pretty significant connections, is that of Damian Lillard. He returns to the Portland Trailblazers, 3 years, just over $40 million in total, making a boatload of money between the contract he's no longer on and the contract he is on with the Portland Trailblazers. So your initial reaction to seeing the deal and the team for Dame?
The deal was shocking. I think a lot of people and a lot of teams, as it was reported, offered him a mid-level to a minimum because he has all this money still coming from Milwaukee. So, yeah, the deal was surprising in itself. The team was also a little bit surprising because it felt like it was over in Portland. And I guess it should have been looked at more as a possibility. I think a lot of people were like, oh, he wants to go to a contender, have a chance to win. Because what does Damian Lillard have left to accomplish in his NBA career? That's a championship.
Right, win a title. That is legitimately it, right?
He's accomplished everything else.
Yeah.
So he's one of the most accomplished players, at least of the decade. Like, he's accomplished a lot of things in the NBA. The one thing he hasn't accomplished is winning a championship. So it really felt like, that's what he wanted to do. And that's why it made some sense for him to entertain Boston, and those two did talk, and there were conversations had between those two teams, or Damian Lillard and Celtics, and it would have made sense. It would have been a cool story, and I think it would have been a good fit. I mean, I'm still going to stand by that. I mean, I was kind of beating that drum over the last couple of weeks. Like, it would have made a lot of sense for the Celtics. I mean, for Damian Lillard as well, like, you're an older player coming off a torn Achilles, and a lot of his game is around his acceleration and his burst and his athleticism, things that, as you get older, fade away, and after you come off a ruptured Achilles, also tend to fade away a little bit. So he would have been like the fourth option here behind Jason, Jaylen, and Derek. So
still getting starters minutes, though, just in your estimation.
Yeah, I think he would have.
Okay.
I think he would have, assuming he was fully healthy.
Yeah. Okay.
I think for sure. I mean, you would have had a backcourt of Derek White and Damian Lillard, and then you would have Jason, Jaylen, and then whatever you're going to do with
insert trade candidate here.
Yeah. I mean, but you'll still have would have still had plenty of money because it would have been only a minimum or a mid-level,
right,
as it seems. So yeah, I mean, the terms of the deal are interesting because again, he has all that money coming from Milwaukee, but it should have been looked at as more of a possibility. And we were just reading back on the quotes that he had when he got traded to Milwaukee originally, just talking about how lonely he was and how perfect the situation was there for him in Portland because his family all lives there, and he was able to see them after games, go out when they had an off day, whatever, and that wasn't the case in Milwaukee. And maybe he realized it's like, all right, you know what, I already tried this once, going for a ring, it didn't work. It actually flamed out terribly. I think more terrible than anyone could have imagined. So I think maybe he looked at it as like, all right, I already tried this. I know I didn't like this.
Right.
And maybe I do want to try for a championship. Of course I want to try for a championship, and that's probably why he was thinking about it. But he's also like, you know what, I want to go home. Like, that's where I was the most comfortable. That's where I was the best in my career, playing with my family and my friends right there. It made a lot more sense when you actually sit down and think about it.
On that topic, Shams Charania, who was on SportsCenter, who is, the new Woj for ESPN, he spoke at length about this because it was pretty shocking to see the names that he was connected to, the very clear glaring hole on his resume, and then what ended up happening with this actual contract. But he talked a little bit on ESPN about this. Here's what he said.
Ryan, being home in Portland, being back with his 3 kids was by far the biggest, most important factor in Damian Lillard deciding to return and re-sign with the Trailblazers. He was going to spend the year rehabbing his Achilles tear in the Portland area anyways. So returning to the Blazers franchise, even though he requested a trade just 2 years ago, was something he deeply cared about. And Boston, Minnesota, dozens of other teams had minimum and mid-level exception offers out to Damian Lillard in the last several weeks. But I'm told Lillard, as well as Joe Cronin, the Blazers GM, head coach Chauncey Billups, they all met at Damian Lillard's home in recent weeks and figured out how they were going to bond and reunite and move forward on a deal.
So the quotes that you're talking about from Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated, just my whole life was set up perfectly right there. It was a great situation. It's definitely lonely because I'm such a family guy. My life is my family. After games, I would come home. My whole family would be back there. My kids coming out of the playroom. My mom, my brother, my cousins live there. You know what I mean? My best friends live in Portland, so I would come out. We would go to dinner. They might come back to my house. After practice, I might go to my mom's house and just chill. That's how my life was. So, I mean, I'm fine because I'm grown, but it's definitely lonely. I'm filled up by those people. This is the damning one. Bro, go to practice, go home, watch boxing, play video games. Man, I type in parentheses, boxing website, fight hype on YouTube 100 times and be praying for something new to be on there. Seriously, I don't have much of a life, but that's what comes with making a big boy decision. You got to be down for that and figure it out. So your point that you were making when we were chatting about this before the show is, maybe we shouldn't have been all that surprised with the return back to Portland, given the fact that he has been very, very open and honest about the fact that he was miserable not being in Portland for the last couple years.
And those quotes are from a year and a half ago.
Right.
Really recent in the grand scheme of things. Like, this is how he felt.
That's
and
that's right off the bat.
when you're just feeling that miserable, do you really want to go back? And granted, I mean, I'd imagine the performance of that team, obviously, and they got their head coach fired, who's 30 games over 500.
Yeah.
Halfway through the year, his first year as a head coach, they got him fired, Adrian Griffin. Like, it's actually funny if you go back and look at like all-time winning percentages by head coaches. It's like Adrian Griffin's number 3 or whatever. The guy coached like 50 games.
Not good enough,
They
though.
ran him out of town.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
just probably like that situation itself was miserable.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it would be like that in Boston if he were to come. Like, you'd imagine, like, again, like I was saying earlier, like, any team that has Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown on it is going to contend. Like, you'd imagine that this team would have more success than the one he had in Milwaukee, but it's just like that loneliness as well. Like, that's beyond the situation on the court. Like, that's being away from your family. He said it right there. Those people fill me up, and those people are halfway across the country. If you come to Boston, like, you really can't get much further.
Right.
So, yeah, no, I mean, maybe it should have just been viewed as more of a possibility. Again, because it's just, what more does he have to accomplish? I think that's what everyone resorted back to.
And to just kind of hammer home just how important this family and loneliness thing must be to him, and how impactful this was. This decision is going to be what Dame Lillard's legacy ends up being, because he didn't go and chase I guess he kind of did end up getting the money, but so he chased the money, he chased the stability, which is perfectly fine. But he's gonna be remembered for not going after and trying to be a hired gun and win a championship. And I'm not criticizing. Yeah. That's his decision. But in my mind, I'm gonna look at Dame Lillard, when I look at his career as a whole, I'm gonna look at him being incredible scorer, incredible player, shot maker, clutch Dame time, clutch shooter, everything like that. I'm gonna remember him as that, who also had the chance to sign with a contender and chose to go back home. And that's his prerogative, but I'm going to attach this to his legacy when all is said and done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Milwaukee thing was him strictly going out. Like, he requested a trade out of Portland. And granted, he wanted to go to Miami, which, quick sidebar on that. Like, look at how far Miami has fallen. No players want to go there anymore.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
it just didn't work because that was a trade with Damian Lillard. But, like, he wanted to go to Miami, and I don't know what that was, to compete or whatever he wanted to do there. So, like, he wanted to go there, but, like, I think him going to Milwaukee was to be a contender.
Okay.
And then the Celtics were what they were. And it's just will always be funny that the collateral damage of that was Drew Holiday going to Boston and being one of the key pieces of a championship team. And Milwaukee's just like, man, what did we do with this guy? Like, they had to have known that there was a chance he was going to get rerouted to Boston. Like, they had to have known that. And like, it's just the way it played out. What a disaster that was. I mean, just like a couple of the recent teams in NBA, like Brooklyn, when they had James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie, like that team. Look, Phoenix, another Kevin Durant team with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker. Yep. I mean, this team, like Milwaukee, like you just keep Philadelphia, maybe Paul George, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey.
The failed super teams.
Failed super teams. Like you look all around the league and it just didn't work. And like that should be like, wow, the Celtics got it done with so much talent. Like, and they did have a lot of talent, but the talent always doesn't work. It always doesn't mesh. And like I feel like that should make it a little bit more sweeter. And that Celtics team was so easy to root for. Because it was all guys putting the personal stuff aside. And they just went and were one of the most dominant teams in NBA history. I mean, they were top 5 in point differential. And I crunched the numbers after the Knicks series loss this year. Like, they were like 101 games over 500 when you look at their regular and postseason records. Just like crazy numbers that are just like ridiculous to look back on. Like, they had the most 50-point wins, 30-point wins, and 25-point wins in NBA history in a course of like 1 year. Like, that team was just so good. And it just makes you appreciate it even more when you're talking about that team like Milwaukee, who was supposed to challenge them and couldn't even hold a candle to them. And guys like Phoenix and all these other teams that just flopped, it makes you appreciate it a little bit more.
It certainly does, because to your point, I mean, there have been a number of different franchises that have tried that super team model. And once every couple of years, you'll see one work. You'll see, the LeBron Miami Heat. You'll see the KD and Steph Golden State Warriors. You'll see the current era, or now just past era, Boston Celtics. But for every one of a mid generation, smaller generation, there are 4 or 5
that just don't work, that
just blow up. So I came to Boston from New York, so we covered more of the Knicks, but we covered a bit of the Brooklyn Nets from 2021 to 2024 is when I was there.
Yeah,
it was awesome to watch your whole basketball segment or hour was prepped out every single day by Kyrie and his stuff on the court and off the court and on Twitter, and James Harden. And when he right after the trade happened, when they had the All-Star game draft and Kevin Durant had the chance to pick him and he didn't, and then you see LeBron like dying laughing when Charles Barkley is poking the bear. Like, something about, because the NBA is, though it's a team game, it's also super, personality driven and a bit individualistic in the fact that you have your superstars on those teams.
No doubt.
When it goes right, it's beautiful. When it goes wrong, it is like watching a car crash. You rubberneck. You watch it because it just seems to be spectacular when they fail.
There's just so many current examples.
Yeah.
Again, like Philadelphia, Phoenix, Milwaukee, all these teams just tried to do it and it didn't work. So maybe that's part of Dame's decision. It's like, do I really want to do this again?
Yeah.
Like, do I really want to try this again?
Yeah.
Like, look at how much it doesn't work. And maybe he does look at Boston like, oh, they made it work with these guys. And like, they sure had a lot of fun. It was a really easy team to root for because they're all good dudes that were focused on one goal.
Right.
But do I really want to do this again? Because you look around the league, it's like, oh, it didn't work there. It didn't work there. It's like, I just think he was very open. I mean, granted, these quotes were from a year and a half ago, which, again, was pretty recent. But, like, it was very open that it was a family-motivated thing, and that's what Shams is reporting as well. So I just think people were overlooking that aspect of it. And it's like he was just chasing the legacy. And maybe it's like that mental burden. It's like, I just did this, and it was so miserable. I don't even want to try it again. Like, I just want to go back home. And that's, that is kind of a storybook ending for him.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't get the championship, and that'll always be kind of held against him, in terms of his legacy, I mean, he's one of the best players of this generation. Like, he's a certain Hall of Famer. Like, when you're talking about his legacy, though, I think that will be held against him. But it's also, it's a cool ending for him. It's a pretty cool ending to go home where you were just so good. You really helped put that franchise, make it more relevant. Like, you did a great job with that. Like, go home and enjoy that. I think that's pretty cool.
I can't in the slightest criticize him for it. It's just going to be an interesting footnote in what has been an incredibly, talented career start at as many All-Star games and All-Star game MVPs and all the things that he has been able to do. It's a fascinating setup, though. In 2026, 27, you have one more year of Drew Holiday. I believe you have Jeremy Grant for another year. Like, you're going to have a lot of they'll have $115 million committed to the books before you count the money that they're paying out to Dame right now. So maybe they try to build something around him.
Yeah, and
in addition to him.
This 774 text brings up a point. The Celtics were homegrown, though, mostly. Yeah, they were. Like Jason Tatum, obviously, Jaylen Brown, Sam Hauser, Luke Cornett, Peyton Pritchard. But, like, the guys that got them over the hump were Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis. And we've seen iterations of the Celtics. And granted, this was before Jason and Jaylen really became Jason and Jaylen. And it's kind of funny saying that because they went to the conference finals and went toe-to-toe with LeBron in Jason Tatum's rookie year. But, like, they had other iterations of the Celtics that it just didn't work. Like, you had the Gordon Hayward Celtics, the Kyrie Celtics. Like, there were different iterations, and it was that one that made it through. I think the Kyrie Celtics is another perfect example. Remember, there was a cover like Slam. It was like Al Horford, Gordon Hayward, Kyrie, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, all of them on the thing. It's just like that flamed out miserably. Another example. I know.
True.
Granted, that was many years ago, and like I think a lot of them matured. Another coach was Brad Stevens at the time. Now it's obviously Joe Mazzulla, but like there's so many options of like examples around the league where it just didn't work out. Where it's like, you know what? I'm just going to take it, be happy, go out on top with going back home.
All right, 617-779-7937. We'll continue the Celtics conversation on the other side of this break. And when we return, what should we know about the baby C's, the Summer League Celtics, the guys that have stood out, maybe the guys that have been disappointing? And are any of them going to factor into a team that's going through a bit of a transition here, but could use a little boost from their youth? We continue the Celtics conversation next here on WEEI.
Jones and Keefe.
Somebody tweeted at me last night. They're like, he's really gone off the rails ever since they took off his head and staked out his brains.
They scalped him and then wore his head every time they hit a home run.
I like that.
I like the wall head, although I wonder if those guys are going to want to change it because it's hot out there. Yeah. And you want to put a big sweaty head on every time you're like hit a home run.
You want to be the first one.
But it's sopping wet. What is this?
It's the old Bonnie Blue philosophy. You want the first one with the Wally head on there.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Jones and Keefe, middays 10 to 2 on New England's Sports Original, WEEI.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Ice, energy, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
T.O.D.D. what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give out free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo, 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 happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27th, 2025.
In communities across the country, hourly Amazon employees earn an average of over $22 an hour, with opportunities to grow their career and their paycheck. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Is your business craving efficiency? Is it hungry for productivity? Then there's a tech solution you should implement now if you want to crush your KPIs and you also want BLTs or burrito bowls or like bagels. It's called EasyCater, one platform for ordering food from a huge variety of restaurants for all your workplace needs. From falafel for the finance team to lasagna for the lunch and learn. Plus tools to help you save time and stay on budget. Ready to nail your deliverables? Order now at easycater.com.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn the back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Dan Ball on WEEI.
Conference standings, because once again, the East doesn't look, insurmountable, so to speak. Obviously, you have your great teams at the top. Cleveland's always going to be a factor. The Knicks seem like it's a matter of time.
Another team, though, second apron. It's coming for them.
Yeah.
They're already in it. Cleveland's already in the second apron, so that's another team. It's like it's just going to happen all over.
Yeah, that's so they're a team. It's coming for Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And maybe I don't think it's this year, but
it's a year after.
It is after.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And they're signing max contracts left, right, and center.
The Celtics did.
Right. That is the life that you have to. I was reading something interesting about it. They talked about it in the Boston Globe earlier today. Just the elimination of the middle class in the NBA. How you have your supermax contracts, your super duper superstars, and then you have your young guys who are on rookie deals or that kind of first extension that you get. But there really isn't much of a market for your, late 20s, early 30s, still in your prime role player, bench player, where 5-10 years ago, those guys were getting the kind of, your 6th and 7th man were getting contracts that NHL players would blush at. But that's just that isn't the way of the current day Adam Silver NBA. And that's just kind of the world that we all live in as basketball fans.
That's what they wanted. They wanted parity, and they're getting it. And it's kind of, this is the first time we're seeing it. And locally, we're seeing it firsthand. Like the Celtics are the first team to be absolutely ravaged through because of the second apron. And it also coincides with an ownership change, which is a tough look, obviously, for Bill Chisholm. But I think a lot of people understand that it wasn't an ownership thing. Like this was going to happen regardless. And this isn't Bill Chisholm coming in and saying, let's shed salary. It's like, no, you actually had to do this. And Brad Stevens has been very clear about that. Wick Rosbeck foreshadowed this months ago. It was in March on these airways with the Greg Hill Show, said, you just can't live in the second apron. You cannot do it. And again, maybe had they won a championship, it would have been a little bit different because you're a new ownership group. You're not going to come in after a two-peat and be like, all right, nope, these guys got to go. We got to go to the second apron.
Right.
But when you lose in the second round, and I think there is some sort of revisionist history here. I think some people look back and it's like, well, if Tatum didn't get hurt, they're going to win that. No, they were not winning that game.
They were losing. And the conversation, by the way, was going to be a lot different if they lost it with Tatum than without.
Correct. In a way, that kind of softened the blow.
It really did.
In a very morbid way.
Yeah.
But it did. Like, it kind of allowed these guys to kind of sneak out a little bit because they were going to lose that series regardless.
Right.
And it was their own fault. They blew two 20-point leads at home in back-to-back games.
Right. And it still had a chance on the last possession in both games, mind you.
And I'm all for, really, I mean this sincerely, I'm all for expanding the coverage of the game. Like, let's get more into, like, football and, like, the X's and O's. Like, let's do that with basketball. It was quite literally as simple as they were not missing open shots. You have all NBA, all-stars, like, guys that are so accomplished in this league and terrific shooters, just missing point-blank, wide-open shots. It was really that simple. And again, like, I wish there was more to it. I wish there was more to break down. But it's like, all right, you have Jaylen Brown wide open in the corner. You have Al Horford, Derek White, all these great shooters. I mean, everyone on that roster shot league average or better from three.
Right.
They missed 75 in the first two games. 75 shots.
Wasn't it an NBA record in game one for the most attempts and the most misses?
It was also an NBA record for the most missed three-point attempts over a two-game playoff stretch.
Goodness.
75.
Yeah.
A team that set an NBA record, and again, like, people complain about the three-point shooting, they still made the most of any team in NBA history. Like, they did it well. Like, that's the thing. It's like they weren't, like, sometimes they had poor shooting nights, and that's going to happen with the volume. Like, reality is when you're shooting 50 threes a game, like, you're going to have nights where you shoot closer to 20% or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But, like, they missed 75 in the first two games of a playoff series.
It's inconceivable.
It's just, like, they did it to themselves. And, like, that's the reality. Like, they couldn't make open shots. They couldn't get stops when they needed it. And they blew leads. I mean, that's the reality. And Brad Stevens, again, I give him a lot of credit. He's been very transparent this offseason. From the second apron stuff to just everything that's evolving the team. And
it's kind of nice, isn't it, by the way?
It's great.
Coming from a baseball world where I feel like I've been lied to for 5 years in a row, it's nice to hear a guy who's actually honest about his team's shortcomings.
And he came out right after it happened, right when they were doing the exit interviews, hours after they had lost in game 6 in New York. They came back. They did the exit interviews at the Auerbach Center. He's like, we blew it. Like, we blew this series. We blew it. We lost these two games. And he's right. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of allowed them to escape a little bit because of the injury. But, like, it was going to happen anyway. And this doesn't happen, like, this isn't because of the new ownership. This is because of the second apron and the way the league is set up.
Real quick, 60 seconds or thereabouts, what should we know about the summer league as a whole for the Celtics?
Well, let's start with Hugo Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I think most eyes are on him. First-round pick, a guy that no one really knows a lot about, right? Played at Real Madrid. Nobody watches Real Madrid basketball games around here, I'd imagine. So that's why you have people like us to go back and watch games and kind of dive in on him. And I'd say he's been as advertised. I mean, you heard a lot about the motor he plays with, the defense, his cutting. Again, that's the thing. Like, he's a cutter. That's how he scores, and that's how he's going to score. I think don't be deceived in Summer League here where he's been, and this is, I give him a lot of credit, he's been very comfortable in taking these transition threes. And, you know, the splits weren't great with Real Madrid, but he's also, you know, we've seen the Celtics fix people's shots. Derek White's a perfect example. He was not a shooter when he came here, and they've really made him into a respectable, great three-point shooter, one of the better in the league last year.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have confidence in what they can do for a shot, but I think he's going to score more on his cutting, and I think his first basket of Summer League in the first 20 seconds of the game really set a tone for him. Like, that's how he plays. He had an offensive rebound putback right away. Like, that's how he is. He's gritty, he plays hard, and it's everything that you heard and everything that fans like about a player. A guy that's willing to put their body in the line, a guy that's going to crash the boards hard, a guy that's going to pick up full length of the court and just harass you defensively. That's what he's been, and I've been really encouraged. And you could tell he's only 19 years old. The guy was in Europe like 3 weeks ago, got drafted right after he won a championship, came back, and it's like his head's spinning a little bit. And you can tell at times his head's spinning. That he's 19 years old, going through these major life changes now with the Boston Celtics. Like, can you imagine what he's going through? So, but all in all, I mean, he's been as advertised, and it's been fun to watch.
See, and I really liked this take I saw it on Twitter from Glenn Ordway. When you're picking at that spot in the draft, you're not going to get a slam dunk, so to speak. You're not going to get a guy who you know is money in the bank. He's a starter in a couple years. You're going to take a project no matter what. So if you're going to take a guy who is a project no matter what, take a guy that has the intangibles, who's going to work hard, who you know has a certain skill set that you can mold. If you need to kind of fine tune the shooting and fine tune the things that Celtics players do so well, perfect. You're going to put him in a system where you can do that, and you've seen it work for other guys in the past. But take a guy with the intangibles that you know is going to work hard. regard, has the right mindset, and they certainly do seem to have that. All right, 617-779-7937. See your calls lining up. We'll get to those on the other side. We'll also get to the New England Patriots. Rookies are at camp for the Patriots. The rest of the team will report this week as training camp gets underway on Wednesday. And the expectations for Drake May, how do you quantify a guy going into his second year with a new offensive coordinator and some new weapons around him? Well, DraftKings did their best. We'll talk about the props for Drake May next.
The Greg Hill Show.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Why would anyone want to go to Santa Fe, New Mexico?
Well, didn't the Pats play there like a few different times recently?
In New
Mexico, yeah.
No, what? You might be thinking about Mexico City.
Really?
Yeah, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Mexico City.
Mexico City, yeah.
And you doubled down on it and said several times.
What?
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. The Greg Hill Show, morning 6 to 10 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard?
Thanks, Snoop.
Make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27, 2025.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
Running our small family business, 3 Farm Daughters in North Dakota, isn't easy. We get a lot of help from Amazon. They don't make our homegrown pastas, but they do handle all of our shipping and logistics, which makes a big difference.
Learn more about how Amazon supports small businesses at aboutamazon.com.
Round up the family and step behind the scenes of Pixar's animated films in the Science Behind Pixar exhibition at the Connecticut Science Center. Explore more than 10,000 square feet of interactive experiences that bring the animation process to life. And come face to face with some beloved Pixar characters. The Science Behind Pixar at the Connecticut Science Center is on exhibit through September 1st and sponsored by Liberty Bank, the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation, and Pro Health Physicians. Visit ctsciencecenter.org for tickets and information.
When you're ready to replace windows in your home with Marvin Windows and Doors, the team at Riverhead Building Supply can help.
We know that the installation process can seem scary, but we'll put your mind at ease.
Browse our complete replacement window and door collection to learn how Marvin Windows and Doors offer durability, style, and strength.
We'll help you select your new Marvin Windows and Doors.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution take on CF Montreal on Friday, July 25th at Gillette Stadium for Mascot Night. The most popular mascots in the region take the field for a soccer match at halftime. Friday, July 25th, the Revolution take on CF Montreal. Head to revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net/tickets.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give out free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo, 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 happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchased July 27th, 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Council.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. This is Dan Ball on WEEI.
Hour here on WEEI. Dan Ball, Justin Turpin with you up until 6:15. That's when we get you into coverage of the Boston Red Sox. Game 2 of their series against the Chicago Cubs. Rubber really meets the road for the Red Sox to begin the second half. But we'll hit on the Sox a little bit later on in the hour, and we'll chat with Joe Weil, who's got you for the pregame show coming up in the 6 o'clock hour as well. We spent an hour on the Boston Celtics and where they stand. We still have a little while to wait until they get into camp and get started on their season. The New England Patriots are next at the starting gate in Boston sports, with training camp beginning this week. And up until Terp, we had this conversation, I think, on Friday on WEEI or on Thursday on WEEI afternoons. Up until the Red Sox won 10 games in a row and kind of changed their narrative almost overnight, there was no team in Boston sports for a good couple months, basically from when Jason Tatum hurt himself on, that had more optimism within their fan base than the New England Patriots. How much of that optimism do you share in?
I'm pretty high on them as well.
Okay.
I am. I mean, maybe it's they spent north of $300 million in free agency this year.
That does help.
That was more than any other team in the league.
Yep.
You also have a completely new roster. I mean, 47 of the 90 on the current roster right now, it's over 50%.
Right.
Are new players. Like, it's hard not to be optimistic. And of course, you have a new head coach. It's established. He's been a coach of the year, and it's just night and day from what you're getting into last year. I think people kind of had their doubts about Gerard Mayo, obviously going in, and we don't need to dump on him any more than he's been dumped on, specifically on these airways. But
plenty.
People had their doubts about him because he wasn't a head coach. I mean, he was highly regarded around the NFL. He interviewed with the Broncos, was really close to getting that job before he got the Patriots job. So people had their questions, though. And that's not the case here. It feels like there is a true leader, and there's a football team now that can at least compete. I mean, look at the sportsbook odds. I mean, they've really won 3 games last year. The last game doesn't count. The last game of the year doesn't count. They won 3 games.
Isn't it funny, by the way, how it doesn't count, yet it has such a tangible ripple effect?
For years to come.
Yes.
For years to come. And we'll see what happens with Will Campbell, like if he can stay at tackle. And there's ways around that, right? You could be undersized, but if you have the right technique, if you can get your hands in first, all that stuff, you can stay there. Like, there's ways to make it work, and they must believe in it. Like, obviously, you're not going to take a flyer with the 4th pick of the draft. Be like, hey, this kid might be able to play tackle. Like, no, they clearly have watched a ridiculous amount of film and feel like that he can do it. So there's a buzz around this team, and rightfully so. And just looking at the books, right? Like, I know we're going to get into it a little bit. Like, their win total is 8.5. They won 4 last year.
Right.
So you're already doubling your wins is what Vegas is kind of projecting them at. And obviously the easy schedule helps. It's hard not to be fired up about it when you're seeing what they have. And a lot of people think they have the quarterback as well, which is so key to this whole situation.
Absolutely. And I think, that when we talk about the ceiling and the floor, how many games are they going to win? Well, your complete changeover in your coaching staff, and the fact that you brought in multiple former head coaches in addition to your new current head coach, you have completely changed, which was one of the areas, and I know that we're trying not to mention Gerard Mayo, but one of the areas where he was hung out to dry the most is not only was he a rookie head coach, he had been on staff prior, but a rookie head coach surrounded by rookie coordinators, rookie coaches at your position coach. Like, there was largely nobody on that staff that really knew what they were doing at their position. So you had a bunch of guys who were doing it for the first time, trying to set a culture when I think there was also a bit of an edict from up above of we just need to distance ourselves from Belichick. Whatever you guys do, make this the anti-Belichick show. And it seems like they damn well exceeded. But in the process, you're not actually setting an actual team culture. You're just trying to not be something. It's the absence of a culture, so to speak.
I'll tell you, I was at minicamp those couple days, about a month now, and that was one of the big things that I think I forgot about going there. And I'm looking around just at the different individual drills going on. It's like Mike Vrabel's in the middle kind of walking around, just a dominating presence with him, a commanding presence. It's like this guy has control of this football team. Then you're looking, it's like Josh McDaniels is working with the skill players. It's like a former head coach. Thomas Brown, granted it was an interim role, but that's valuable experience.
No question.
With the tight ends and the passing game, like he's there. Former head coach Doug Marrone working with the offensive line, another former head coach. Like, you're just looking around the field and who these players are working with individually, like beyond just Vrabel, like individual levels. All these former head coaches working with the position groups. It's like, wow, you kind of forgot about how revamped this coaching staff was. I mean, everyone's talking about Mike Vrabel and obviously Josh McDaniels and what are we looking at with him next year? But it's like all these other guys as well that just have so much knowledge and so much experience, and that goes a long way because they have a younger roster as well. So that's part of it. I mean, two of the oldest guys on the roster this year are Morgan Moses and Stephon Diggs, both free agents they brought in. They're the only ones with 10 years or more of experience on the roster. So, yeah, I mean, that really stuck out to me at minicamp. And I think it's partially because I forgot about it. It's like, oh, where's Diggs? Where's Kyle Williams? Where are these newcomer players? And how's Vrabel, like, kind of command the room? And then you're looking around, it's like, wow, I forgot, like, how revamped this coaching staff is. And it's just, that can't be stressed enough. And I don't want to, I know we just spent an hour with the Celtics, and I don't want to cross the sports, but, like, look what they did with Joe Mazzulla in his second year. And, like, they bring in all these coaches around him, Sam Cassell, Charles Lee, guys that had been there and done that. Yeah. And it made a world of a difference for him. And Mike Vrabel doesn't even need that kind of assistance, right? But it's just so much power around there. It's great that they have all these guys around there. I can't stress that enough.
He doesn't and McDaniels doesn't, but the roster certainly does.
Right.
And it's such a great point because as your head coach, you're supposed to be the CEO. You're supposed to be the guy that oversees everything, is able to delegate, sets a general culture and tone, but also, is a target of the media, deflects away from a roster. All those kind of things that you didn't really get from your head coach last year. Then when you go off to your individual position groups and your drills, you have to be able to trust the guys who are coaching up your individuals to get better every single day, to when you put all the pieces together on the field come game day. Oh, now I see what you guys have been doing all camp. Now I see what my defensive backs have been doing all camp. So it's an underrated part. But when we try to put the kind of the equation together of okay, so how do we get from 4 wins to X wins? That coaching staff in and of itself to me adds 2 extra wins onto that number, to where my floor is already up to 6. Then maybe your defensive additions, you're 7, you're 8, maybe it's 7 between the two. Like, those tangible things that you've added automatically means, like, oh, at very worst, I should be 2 to 3 wins better than I was at minimum before we even touch the offense.
How many times do we hear Gerard Mayo reference the 1-score games they were in last year?
Oh,
it's now you feel more secure in those situations because you have this experience around these players. I mean, again, we don't need to dump all over Gerard Mayo. And again, the roster, like, that shouldn't be skipped as well. I know we're talking about the coaching staff, but, like, they spent $300 million in free agency this
Absolutely,
year.
Yeah.
Right, like, they made
over 50% turnover, like you referenced. That's significant.
They got better in every position group as well.
Yeah.
Like, how much better? That's what we're going to figure out. But they at least got better. And to your point, with the coaching staff, the improved roster, the easiest schedule, what's it, the third easiest in terms of winning percentage this season? Like, all of this stuff, it's like you're looking at, it's like, man, maybe they could double their wins, and more in my opinion, it's more than doubling because they won 3 games last year. They didn't win 4.
Right.
That was an exhibition.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. But not to Joe and not to Gerard. that's for damn sure. So yeah. So to me, going up from just to use the four wins, I'm already at 7 before I've even touched the offense. And this isn't a hot take. This isn't a new take. This is just something observing how quickly this offense comes together. What you get from your offensive line in whatever personnel organization you choose, and the steps taken by Drake May, that's what then gets me to, instead of this team being an 8-win team, that's when we get to 9 or 10. And that's what gets us to the props that were put forward by DraftKings. So your over-under passing yards for the 2025 season for Drake May in year 2, 3,250.5. Passing touchdowns over-under at 19.5. He's also plus 330 to throw for 25 or more passing touchdowns. Rushing yards over-under at 475.5. And then another prop, player to score 5+ rushing touchdowns at plus 135. So these are significant hikes. These are significant jumps from what you saw in year 1, pretty much across the board. So maybe instead of saying like, yes, I'm taking the over, yes, or taking the under, what's your base level confidence level in Drake May taking a step in year 2, and how big of a step does it look like to you?
I think it's going to be a pretty significant step.
Okay.
I really do. I mean, we were just talking about all the experience on the coaching staff that's now with them, and Josh McDaniels is, I think, for my money, one of the best offensive coordinators in the league right now.
Sure.
Offensive coordinators, not head coaches, but like we've seen him work with these offenses and made it work before. And I know a lot of people will point out like, well, he had Tom Brady. Well, he also made Mac Jones a Pro Bowler. Like, there's going to be a significant step here. And I think a lot of it does depend, obviously, on the offensive line. We keep referencing that $300 million they spent in free agency, but it's like, well, who's your left guard? Can your 4th overall pick, can he play left tackle? Like, there's still significant questions on the offensive line. And I think the biggest question as it pertains to Drake May is, what is Stephon Diggs? What are you going to get out of Stephon Diggs? He's looked great in minicamp, and I want to just point this out too, just beyond how he's moving, because he does look like he's moving great. Granted, a lot of those drills are slowed down, and it's non-contact. It's no pads. So, yeah, maybe he looks great then. Like, we'll have a better idea of it next week. Well, not even next week, the week after, when they actually get into pads and see how much he's actually participating. We'll have a better idea. But what Stephon Diggs do you get? Like, this guy, seven straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons, was on pace last year before he got hurt. And C.J. Stroud, last year, who he played with in Houston, talked glowingly of him and how much of a leader he was. And that was something that really stood out to me at minicamp. And I actually wrote a column for this at WEI.com. He's always going up to the younger players and coaching them up. And same thing with Morgan Moses. And I think those kind of things, specifically for Drake May, and having that kind of leader in the room, it's like, hey, I've played with these quarterbacks before. I've seen these corners do this. Like, he just has this experience. That goes a long way. So I think, what kind of Stephon Diggs are you going to get, not only on the field, because we know what he is on the field. Now, what's he going to be after the ACL injury? That's a question that we'll learn. But, like, what is he going to be on the field as well, or off the field as well?
Right. I mean, are we going to have another conversation similar to the boat conversation, or was that a guy who did not necessarily have to be there? It was voluntary, taking advantage of that, and is that a one-time thing to where now that we're actually getting the rubber meeting the road for you have to be there, you have to be locked in? Is that just is it a one-off? I mean, that's a question that we're not obviously going to know until we watch it happen.
You better hope it is, because when one of the last times that Vrabel spoke before they took the break here between training camp, he wasn't really over that. He was like, I wish all of our guys were here. And it was pretty clear who he was talking about there. I mean, maybe Carlton Davis can be lumped into that as well, because he missed a day or two of minicamp as well. But like, everyone knew who he was talking about. He just didn't say the name directly. I mean, that's what we're talking about with the coaching and the improvements there. It's like things like that Gerard Mayo wouldn't have done. Right. It's like things like that. He's holding him accountable via the media. And he didn't go out and say, like, we wish Stephon was here. But, like, he made it known that he's not happy about it. And that's going to happen. So, no, that's great.
Tom, you want to jump in with that?
Per Shams Charania, Marcus Smart has agreed to a contract buyout with the Wizards and intends to sign a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Los Angeles Lakers after clearing waivers.
Okay.
I might cry.
Gross.
Sad song rejoins for the rest of the way.
Okay, there you go. We're mourning that one. All right, and we'll get back to the Patriots in just a moment. We have to trend anyway. But initial reactions. Marcus Smart on his way out.
That's disgusting. I think a lot of people have that. We were talking about the polarizing players earlier. Marcus Smart tops Jaylen Brown by miles and miles and
Big
miles.
time.
But that's a guy that, like, there were some fans, Celtics fans. I'm not in this club, and maybe it is a minority at that, but, like, there were some fans that thought his number should be retired.
Yeah.
And TD Garden is a Celtic, and now he's going to the Lakers. I mean, good for him, though. That's, like, it's been tough sledding for him since he left.
Absolutely.
We haven't seen him healthy or on the floor. And then when he went to Washington last year, like, when he came back to Boston, they shut him down.
Right.
Like, they were clearly prioritizing their youth movement. It always felt like this was a possibility. It was kind of known that he was going to get bought out and see where he went, but just going to the Lakers, that's pretty gross. But he gets an opportunity to compete now. Go behind Luka. He's going to see minutes there, and he's not going to be asked to do as much. Like Memphis was still, before they moved him to the bench because he kept getting hurt, and he wasn't great there either, but he's going to have a lot less on his plate now, playing with LeBron, playing with Luka Doncic. But Marcus Smart and Lakers yellow. I mean, younger me is throwing up right now.
It does kind of seem a bit closer to what made him more successful in Boston, where he had a more defined role, where you weren't asking number one responsibilities of him necessarily. It seems like
sometimes he made it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, but it seems like he's a bit more insulated in a situation like that, which might be better just in terms of getting the most that you can. Tom, how are you feeling back there? You all right?
This is the most depressed I've felt since Jason Tatum went down with that injury. I was a Marcus Smart guy. I'm 22 years old. His jersey hangs above my bed. I know that's kind of a loser thing to do sometimes, but I loved him. When he got traded, I was so sad. And the thing about Marcus Smart that I love is I'm not a good basketball player. I shoot bricks. And Marcus Smart does too most of the time, but he will catch fire and be the greatest basketball player on the planet. And that resonated with me because he tried on defense. He was a poor shooter, but he tried. And that meant something to me. And now he's in purple and gold. It's a bad day.
Holds a franchise record for most threes in a game. Still.
Dang.
King.
I mean, I hope he can restart his career here, though. Again, it's been sad to see what's happened to him since he's left. Obviously, injuries played a role, like I was saying, but he's just struggled to find his place.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
now going there, it's going to be a lot less on his plate. I just hope he gets a chance to, restart his career because he's still capable of playing. Everyone wants that kind of defender that he is. And now when he's on, he's on, but he can still play in the league. So I'm rooting for him as much as it kind of sucks to say you're rooting for the Lakers, but I'm rooting for Marcus Smart.
Yeah, you root for the individual.
I'm hoping he does well. Great guy too.
He can do great while they miss the playoffs. There's some nuance to how we can feel about that. By the way, we didn't give enough to Tom saying me as a basketball player and Marcus Smart as a basketball player. Me and me playing in college at the rec level and Marcus Smart, we are the same in terms of shooting bricks.
I would wear 36 in intramural basketball because of Marcus Smart. In the last game, the championship game, we won, sick brag. I hounded one of my buddies for the jersey. Because I showed up late because for whatever reason I was the last one in the locker room, and I was like,
brutal look.
You're wearing my jersey number. What are you doing? I wore 36 the entire season. I would hunt this jersey down, and he took it from me.
It is a disgusting visual, though.
Yeah,
Marcus Smart.
Do they already have the kind of the AI mock-ups that are already out there?
Just look at, even go back to the 2022 NBA Finals.
Yeah,
you got Al Horford, who's likely going to be wearing Golden State yellow and blue in the next couple weeks.
Shams is brutal.
Marcus Smart in purple and yellow now with the Lakers. I mean, these franchise legends. I'd go as far to say that, especially with Al Horford.
Yeah.
The phone lines might blow up saying Marcus Smart's a franchise legend, but
he's within fans, absolutely, 100%.
Guys like Al Horford and Marcus Smart, you're going to see these visuals now. Oh, haven't the fans suffered enough? I feel for these Celtics fans, man. Oh, haven't they suffered enough?
Man,
that's a gut punch.
The 2021-22 Defensive Player of the Year so with the Celtics over 9 years. Wow, that was a quick 9 years. Averaged just over 10 points.
Was
10
it
points a
was
game?
It quick?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it feels I don't know. Maybe now just in hindsight, but yeah, with Memphis just over 11 points a game, only played 39 games, started 26, and then 15 games, just one start for Washington as he split these last 2 years. Wow. So yeah, looking for a revitalization now on the other side of 30 is Marcus Smart. Okay, 617-779-7937. We were talking about the New England Patriots before Marcus Smart decided to break our hearts. We'll continue to get to them. We have Red Sox baseball coming up. We'll get to them as well. All of that is on the table, plus your calls after Tom Christofiuli gets you caught up on what's trending.
Your home of the Sox. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
The Red Sox failed to make it 11 in a row yesterday, losing their first game back from the All-Star break. Giolito went 5 1/3, giving up 4 hits. One of those 4 hits was a 3-run home run in the very first inning of the game. Final score was 4-1 Cubs. The Sox play Game 2 of their 3-game series against the Cubs today. Coverage starts here on WEEI at 6:15 with the Mass Mutual pregame show and our good friend Joe Weil. First pitch is at 7:15 with Brayan Bello. And last night, the Patriots reached a contract agreement with second-round draft pick Travion Henderson, valued at 4 years, $11 million, fully guaranteed. And with that signing, all Patriots rookies have been signed to a contract ahead of training camp. And as you just heard, Marcus Smart signed a 2-year deal with the Los Angeles Lakers, breaking all Celtics fans' hearts. I'm Tom Crisafulli, and that's what's trending here on WEEI, WEEI.com.
The Greg Hill Show.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Why would anyone want to go to Santa Fe, New Mexico?
Well, didn't the Pats play there like a few different times recently?
In New
Mexico, yeah.
No, what? You might be thinking about Mexico City. What are you talking about?
Really?
Yeah, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Mexico City.
Mexico City.
Yeah. And you doubled down on it and said several times.
What?
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. The Greg Hill Show, morning 6 to 10 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
This moment right now is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with a navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give out free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo, 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 happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on 7/27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchased July 27th, 2025.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Time for dinner, kids.
The reason I gathered you here today is for a family strategy meeting. Johnny, after dinner, you get 34 minutes of counting practice on iExcel.
Only 30 minutes.
Meanwhile, Timmy, you get to use iExcel for your long division. And Dad, I don't see any broccoli on that plate. Mom, dinner looks excellent.
Let's do this. We've got to study. Tests are coming up, people.
The learning product families trust. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
Running our small family business, Three Farm Daughters in North Dakota, isn't easy. We get a lot of help from Amazon. They don't make our homegrown pastas, but they do handle all of our shipping and logistics, which makes a big difference.
Learn more about how Amazon supports small businesses at aboutamazon.com.
Dan Ball on WEEI.
Many times I tried to tell you, many times I cried alone. Boys, I'm so
Well, the sadness emanating out of the producer's booth here at WEEI is palpable right now as Terp, you know this is somebody who not only covers the Celtics but just follows them, is a fan of them. Marcus Smart, ironically, this kind of comes full circle because we shared comments from Jaylen Brown off the top of the show that further illustrated how polarizing of a personality and of a player he is, talking about how he is sacrificed and he has played in his role and he has done what it's taken for the team and he doesn't get enough credit for that and all that kind of stuff, excited to show the world more, whatever. He is, in present day, very polarizing for a lot of Boston Celtics fans. Apparently, when you bring up the idea of, and the concept of Marcus Smart with the Boston Celtics, that is also quite the polarizing lightning rod that we're seeing both from the calls and from the texts, as you have people that will go to their grave defending him and everything that he did defensively, and, you know, those strong games when he had it, when whatever it was bottled and he was able to perform like he did. And then you have people who will hear none of that and who will look at the volume shooting compared to the stats that were put up and go,
which is totally fair.
Right. So it's really one of those unique situations in sports. It's not overly rare, but it's interesting to talk to one side versus the other of both sides are kind of right in how they look at him.
For this exercise, we're going to consider Jaylen Brown a guard. I know he's a wing, but for this exercise, we're going to consider him a guard.
Okay.
Kyrie Irving, Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown. All very polarizing in different ways.
Absolutely.
Celtics guards, again, for this exercise.
Yeah.
It's just, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fascinating.
Something
And
about
I knew
position.
it when I said it. It's like a Celtics legend. I said, to some he can be
Absolutely.
considered. There were people that wanted his number retired when he was traded away.
Right.
There were people that wanted that.
Absolutely.
And whether you
this
hate
is
him or
also a
love him.
generational conversation, by the way.
Right.
This is like obviously legend is a moving target depending on when you kind of came up with
Kicking
Celtic
bird
fan.
off the Mount Rushmore
No,
Marcus Smart. Let's
Yeah.
be clear.
Yeah.
But there were people that wanted that. And I think he was so important for the bridge between the 2008 and 2024 championship. He played such a key role in that. And he was a part of its longevity, right? And those teams, the teams you were on were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of it as well. But there were people that, like producer Tom back there, just lived and died by Marcus Smart. Maybe that's a younger thing. I mean, we're both younger guys.
Yeah.
So maybe we kind of feel it a little bit more. And I think there was certainly a generation that absolutely hated Marcus Smart.
Right.
And again, he was just so polarizing, him more so for his play. Granted, he had some great sound bites as well. Remember before they went on the big run in the 2022 finals, he's like, well, yeah, Jaylen and Jason have to pass the ball. like this dude was shameless at times.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, he was just so important to those teams and that bridge between. And granted, he was also part of teams, if you want to play devil's advocate, that came up short.
For sure.
And he could definitely be argued as one of the main reasons that occurred because he tried to play in a role that he wasn't. And I mean, it's just, you can go back and forth with Marcus Smart. He's going to be one of the most curious cases of recent sports, in Boston sports, especially with the Celtics. Like what was he? Just a total enigma.
And why did people in the exact same breath sitting next to each other at TD Garden or next to each other at a bar adore him and absolutely hate his guts?
Same thing.
It's fascinating because there's a group of people that rooting for a scrappy, hardworking athlete is one of the easiest things to do.
Which is why I think people love Hugo Gonzalez, but that's another point.
Absolutely, but no, and that's a great thing to kind of put out there as we look at a guy who, statistically, what was it? Adam Jones tweeted, when you have a guy that averages 3 points a game, you got to take him kind of thing. But you got to look at. Go ahead, Tom.
Adam Jones, also the biggest Marcus Smart hater on the face of God's green earth. So I don't even want to see what he's tweeting right now. I'm scared to look.
He's
at
he's on his anniversary trip right now. So.
He'll take the time out of there to get a jab in at Marcus Smart.
Yeah,
love Adam Jones though, great guy.
So again, there's a group of Tom is, because he's controlling the music. He's telling you how he's feeling. He's not eating his feelings. He's playing music to describe his feelings. There are people that are going to root for the defensive prowess that he had and how hard he worked and all that kind of stuff. And then they're also going to look at people who saw the role that he played in the offense and the lack of efficiency with which he was able to score and go, that cost us games in close games when we weren't the world beating Celtics that we were in seasons to come. That kind of offensive inefficiency cost us, and you could have had somebody in that spot that was doing better. And those two sides are never going to reconcile. You're never going to get somebody who is kind of in the middle going, well, I recognize that, but I also love that. So he's going to continue to be somebody who has fans just running in parallel of each other, it seems, forever.
Real quick to the text line, the 978 texter. We don't need that headache back on the team. Well, good news. Marcus Smart signed with the Lakers. So, well, you know what? He's not coming back. And
right.
He wasn't going to anyway. That ship has sailed. But we're just talking about how confusing the guy was and how polarizing he was in this sense. I think it's a great fit, though, in Los Angeles. I really do. A good chance for him to stick because that stuff that you were just talking about, the shot volume and all that, that's not going to fly with LeBron James if he's still there. I mean, that's a whole nother topic. It seems like he is going to stay there, but hey, he's clearly not happy with the direction they took, and it seems like he's been kind of like boxed out a little bit in conversations that Lucas had with new ownership and whatnot, and that LeBron hasn't. So we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, and he's going to love that. Yeah, it's not going to fly with Luka either. It's just not going to fly. Like that's beyond now. It's like Marcus Smart will never be the Marcus Smart that we saw. Yeah, but can he at least have be serviceable in the league now?
All right, as we're talking about polarizing Boston Celtics, Matt is in Rhode Island on Jaylen Brown. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm calling you from Rhode Island, but I grew up in Newmarket, Squaresbury. My dad worked out of there, so I know a couple things, but it's just been kind of like really bothering me about Jaylen Brown. I love Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
I love him as a player. I love him everything he does. I love how he stands up. But listen, if you deem yourself one of the most talented people in the universe, and I'm not questioning that. I think he probably is, both athletically and intellectually, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
Who is going to stop me from being who I am? Who is going to stop me from saying what I want? Who? Name names, Jaylen. Like, who is keeping you back from being who you really want to be? You have the money, you have the platform. Who is it for into? Name names, because, dude, honestly, I think it's about something else. I think it's about, his place on the team and everything like that. But it's just rhetoric, and I don't really care for, because if you're trying to make an influence on these kids that you're bringing up, like, they have to know that no matter what people are saying, like, they're going to do what they feel is right. So I have the highest regard and respect for Jaylen Brown, but I think when he starts talking sometimes, like, where's the end game on this? I really don't get it.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah, Matt, thank you for the call. What do you mean by that?
I think a lot of people feel that way. It's like, where is the end game with these comments? Kind of how you said it when we first visited the comments. Like, why did you have to say that? Like, why? Everyone knows how you feel.
Yeah.
Like, why? That's
and
not
everybody
what we
recognizes that you're probably talented enough to be the number one on a lot of teams in basketball.
And I think that kind of filters into this a little bit in Jaylen's defense. I mean, he's been waiting for this opportunity, not in the way that it came, but he's wanted to be a number one. He's been, he hasn't explicitly said it, but everyone can read between the lines. Yeah. Read even these comments we were referencing earlier and see that he wanted to be a number one.
Right.
Now he gets that opportunity. And it's like, well, what are your expectations for the Celtics this year? Will they be a play-in team? Will they win even 40 games? Like, you're finally getting that chance, and now he's just getting doubted again. And this is a guy who was booed on draft night. Again, it might not have been the pick they were booing, and they just didn't know who Jaylen Brown was. He played they played for Cal. Like, not a lot of people are staying up and watching Cal basketball. That's just the reality. So maybe they weren't booing him, but he was booed on draft night, and he remembers that. He's always been in these trade rumors throughout his career. He's been kind of all the discourse around him. You don't hear as much. Like, how many people, even on the text line today, well, he can't dribble with his left hand. Like, you hear it all the time. Like, it's just, this has been the story of Jaylen Brown. It's been well chronicled throughout his entire career. It's just, he's always been under this microscope, and now he finally gets what he's looking for. and they're already getting counted out.
Yeah.
So I kind of get the frustration a little bit, and maybe that's the tone. He's like, well, do you guys forget how much I sacrifice and like how much better I actually am than I'm kind of held back in a way. Like he's saying that like I could be much better, but I restricted a little bit because I want to be part of a winning team, and it's paid off. I think that's part of his frustration. It's been well chronicled how he's been kind of carried himself here and how he's been viewed, and I think that's part of it.
No, I think it is, and I think that's where you get the difference between what he's saying and what some and his naysayers will say. Right. Is he is saying, well, I have sacrificed, I have stayed with the Celtics because I want to be a part of a winning team, I want to play my role. I recognize that I've been put in situations where maybe I'm not getting my talent maximized, but I've stayed here and I've been a part of it, and we've won a championship and we've been super successful. Where you'll get the fan base who are listening to those comments that were put out a couple days ago and go, okay, so if you don't feel like you're being properly valued, if you don't feel comfortable, if you feel like you're getting doubted and whatever else, then why did you stay? And I don't think that you're ever going to reconcile between those two, because you're going to get people who go either be okay with the role that you're playing or leave, and then you're going to get Jaylen Brown going, well, I certainly want more, but I'm willing to stay and I'm willing to do what it takes to win. And so you're never going to get those two sides to agree. You're never going to get Jaylen Brown to accept where he is compared to what he thinks he's capable of, and that's fine. But I don't think you're going to get fans on the side of I guess rooting for him to be more than he is, or rooting for him to be bigger than the machine of the team. It's kind of a spot, I guess neither side really wins in that situation.
He also accomplished one of the most prestigious individual awards in NBA Finals MVP in his current role. He was viewed as the most valuable player on the floor, doing what he's doing now. Like, what is there to complain about? And I get if you want to be a one. Like, I get it. If everybody wants to be a one. Derek White and Kristaps Porzingis talked about this throughout the year, too. It's like, yeah, of course we want to shoot more. Of course we want to. We're basketball players. Everyone that touches the basketball court wants to shoot shots. They want to score points. Like that's
you want to be the one with the ball in your hands with the game on the line.
Sure, like Jaylen is definitely capable of that. But like he won a Finals MVP in the role that he is in. He's won all NBA awards. Like he's already viewed as consensusly at least a top 20 player in the NBA.
Right.
Doing what he's doing now. And if you think you can be better, fine. Like that's great. And he's a very prideful individual. And like if he wants to go out and challenge himself more, that's great. And he finally gets that opportunity now, and they're getting counted out. Like I kind of get the frustration, but again, it's like, what more can you do? Like you were literally viewed as the best player on the court during the NBA Finals in the current role that you're in.
You've been an all NBA team member. You're on a Supermax contract. You've won a championship. You've been NBA Finals MVP. That's why these comments are largely falling on deaf ears from fans.
Right. And I know we got to get a break, but I do want to mention this real quick.
Please.
This is from Shams. Lakers All-NBA star Luka Doncic reached out to Smart and made it clear that he wanted to play with the two-way stalwart, sources said. Luka's being lazy. He doesn't want to play defense. Let's go and get Marcus Smart.
There you go. Wow. The broken clock is right once again. Yes, Tom.
Or Luka, the intelligent basketball player, the mind he has, recognizes the value that Marcus Smart brings to the team, and he's not lazy and overweight and doesn't want to play defense. So the losers that think Marcus
have you seen
Smart,
pictures of him?
He looks wicked fit. It's kind of scary.
Great. He looks good.
Ozempic Luka.
He does look good.
Ozempic Luka is going to do numbers next year. But yeah, Luka recognizes his value.
I mean, I know, we don't really like to talk highly of the Lakers here in this city, but I love what they've done this offseason.
Yeah.
You got Luka in shape. You finally got a center. I think if that Mark Williams trade went through, we would have been looking at them a little bit differently in the postseason. They didn't have a big. It's like the Celtics this year. Like, you don't have a front court. So get DeAndre Ayton. Now you get Marcus Smart to kind of complement them and help out with the defense in the backcourt. I like what they're doing. And now we'll see. Like, they might have damaged their relationship with LeBron, but, we'll see what happens. I like what they've done this offseason.
Yeah, it seems like they're building something that's a bit more sustainable, where you really wondered, a year ago at this point, you wondered, okay, LeBron's days seem to be numbered. He wants to play with Bronny, but past that, what more does he have to play for? And where is Los Angeles going to go? Because they basically recreated their whole franchise around LeBron.
It fell in their lap, too, with Luka.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, absolutely. And it felt like the reporting's kind of shifted on that a little bit. Like, when the trade first happened, it seemed like LeBron was all in on kind of mentoring Luka and, like, molding him into being a great athlete. Like, I think that's been the knock on Luka. He's tremendously skilled, but is he an athlete?
Right.
Can he be an athlete?
You watched him wear down in the finals. You physically watched him wear down.
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown. But no, I get it. I get it. So,
Yeah.
but that's been the knock on Luka. It's like, can he be the athlete? Can he put in, and like being around LeBron James, like one of the greatest athletes, and beyond, like you can say Jordan and all that, like it's undisputed he's one of the greatest basketball players, but beyond that, athlete.
Yep.
He's playing with his son. Like, what kind of longevity does that take to play with your son in the NBA? It's just like how he takes care of his body, and then you get to mentor that guy and kind of have your imprint on the next franchise star. It seemed like he was much more open to this when it first went down. And now as we're kind of moving forward and they're really shifting the torch from LeBron to Luka, he's not as happy about it. And can we say we're surprised?
No, not necessarily. It seems like maybe, they said one thing to make sure that LeBron was on board to make this trade, and maybe they had another plan in mind where they weren't just bringing in a running mate for LeBron. They were bringing in LeBron's eventual replacement as the face of the Los Angeles Lakers.
I forget what the situation was, but it is kind of funny to look back. It's like ESPN did this whole sit down with Anthony Davis. They're like, yeah, we're like one piece away. We need I forget if he said like a guard or a center or whatever, but he's like, yeah, we need one piece that he's traded. Like, see you, buddy. It's just kind of funny looking back.
They were one piece away. Unfortunately, your ass was the one that was getting shipped out.
If that Mark Williams trade wasn't rescinded, I think their fortunes are a little bit different. But the Timberwolves are a great team as well. So it's kind of tough to look at, but they did not have a big on the floor, which is an issue.
And the West continues to load up. It continues to kind of muddy the waters for the Celtics a little bit because the Eastern Conference is still gettable with that second apron still looming. Okay, we're coming up on the end here on WEEI. We have Red Sox baseball coming up with pregame at 6:15. We haven't hit on the Red Sox largely at all today, so we'll talk about them. They lost in their first game back from the All-Star break. Still plenty of optimism around this group, but they're playing a bunch of good teams. They have some good opponents lined up, and the trade deadline is still looming large. We'll hit on the Boston Red Sox, and we'll talk with Joe Weil, who is hosting your pregame show. All of that next.
The Red Sox Station. WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports Original.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, here's Tracy from Lily's of Charleston.
Hi, y'all. We make barbecue sauce, hot sauce, and specialty popcorn.
They get help from Amazon to grow their small business faster.
They handle all our shipping and logistics, which is a big help.
All loaded up. Have a great day, Tracy.
Hot stuff, Tracy.
Ooh, honey.
Shop small business on Amazon.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchased July 27th, 2025.
When you're ready to replace windows in your home with Marvin Windows and Doors, the team at Riverhead Building Supply can help.
We know that the installation process can seem scary, but we'll put your mind at ease.
Browse our complete replacement window and door collection to learn how Marvin Windows and Doors offer durability, style, and strength.
We'll help you select your new Marvin Windows and Doors.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Cuando la vida se pone difícil, conectarse con otros puede hacer la diferencia. Tener acceso a servicios que den apoyo al bienestar mental es esencial. Si tú o alguien que conoces está batallando con retos de salud mental o pasando por un momento difícil, recuerda que no estás solo. Llama, chatea o manda un mensaje de texto al 988 para hablar con un consejero entrenado en crisis disponible 24/7 para escucharte y darte apoyo. Hagamos que todos conozcan esto. 988 significa ayuda.
This is Dan Ball on WEEI.
Our good friend Joe Weil, a stat that you uncovered that is maybe just a little too convenient for tonight's game.
Yes, it is. So tonight is the 100th game of the season for your Boston Red Sox. They are currently 53-46.
Okay.
The last 2 years, in 2023 and 2024, they were 53-47 through 100 games, which would mean the science would say the Red Sox aren't winning the game tonight.
So for anybody who's feeling the pessimism going into this stretch and going into the trade deadline, there is the number to outline that we are basically living in Groundhog Day.
Just a quick thought on that, though.
Yeah.
The fact that they are on pace with what they've done the last 2 seasons, where last year, they were 10 games above at some point last year?
Yep.
Like, it's pretty good considering where you're at. And I know the win streak obviously helped you, but like considering where they've been at this season, like fighting around 500, they've been like 500 like 14 times or something this year.
Yes. Oh, it's more than it was either 6. I think it's up to 16.
16 times they've been 500, and now you're on pace where you were at the last 2 years when you got up to 10 games over. It's not bad.
That's a fair point. All right, so joining us now in studio, he will be joining you on the microphone for the Mass Mutual pregame show in just a couple of moments. Our good friend Joe Weil. Good evening, Joe. How are you?
Good evening, guys. Glad to be with you. This is that is a crazy stat, Terp, that you just brought up.
Groundhog Day.
And it does feel like I'm in some way reliving the same story. This is my 3rd year doing pre and post here for WEI. So I have lived these last 2 seasons, and it is amazing that this team, with a lot more talent, I think, than those last 2 years, is in a similar spot. Obviously, yesterday didn't go the way this team wanted, but they have been playing a lot better, and the hope is you rebound today with Bello on the mound, the offense comes around, and then tomorrow you have Crochet. And that's a good feeling to know, at least for the Sunday, you have your horse, your pig, your ace, whatever you want to call Crochet, pitching tomorrow, that you have a good chance to win, as you always do when he's on the mound.
You did mention this is the 3rd year you've been here, and so you've lived both of these seasons. Do you feel that this is different? You mentioned the talent, but beyond that, just like, do they have, dare I say it, the aura, the vibes? Do they have that? Like, does it feel different?
It does feel different, and it is so different than these last 2 seasons. I feel like this season has been like 10 different movies. Like,
it has. It's true. Yeah.
Like, there's been so much that's happened this year. It's almost crazy to recap it all. And the biggest thing, obviously, is the Rafael Devers trade. I do still think that this year's team has more talent than the last 2 years. I mean, I think we both went into this time of the year looking at where the team was at and was saying, okay, they're performing above their weight class. They're doing better than we expected. I mean, I was certainly shocked last year around this time doing pre-games and post-games and talking about this team being a contender for the playoffs. Obviously, things fell apart. They added a little bit at the trade deadline, but nothing too drastic. This team feels different, and I think for a couple different reasons. I think the talent's better. You have somebody like Alex Bregman on the roster. They didn't have that last year, and hopefully he just continues to stay healthy. They also didn't have Roman Anthony. And to me, and I'm curious your guys' perspective on this, I still feel like it's being underplayed a little bit just how good he's been, especially over his last 10 games. He's got a 10-game hitting streak, but if you even stretch it back to like the last 17 games, he's been fully locked in, hitting over 350 over this span, and he's essentially been Rafael Devers. Like, they trade Devers, and he's been the guy that's replaced him in the lineup where he's batting second or batting fourth. So to me, that's the more remarkable thing about this team. The one question I'm starting to have a little bit is that first base spot. And if Toro, it's coming off of a game in which he made a big mistake, but
he needed to get on though. He did.
It was such a huge mistake too. I mean, the fact that he knew it after. We'll play it in the pregame show what he said after the game. Do they try to figure out that a little bit in terms of finding that left-handed side bat? Because I do think Romy is a great guy to have play first base. He's playing second today with the lefty on the mound, but he's a good guy to have at first base when there is a lefty and you want to put him in that spot. I think from the other side, can Toro just continue to keep it up? We'll have to see, and if not, do they try to go after somebody like a Josh Naylor? I think, Dan, I think you and I did a show, it was like a Sox Talk, where one of the callers called in and brought him up, and it wasn't like a bad, sometimes we get calls and they're not the greatest suggestions, but that one actually wasn't a bad one.
No, I almost feel like at the time we didn't respect his game enough. I remember looking at the numbers on the fly and going, oh, this is actually exactly what you're looking for, to try to take some of the variability out of the lineup, because you've had so much movement. We kept track for a couple weeks on the afternoon show. They had 75 different lineups in 90 games or something like that. Guys were moving on the field and moving in the order on a near game basis. Maybe it's archaic now, because I know numerically speaking the platoon has been doing better than Costas was and all that kind of stuff. I want to know who my first baseman is every single day. If you want a platoon at second base, I'm comfortable enough with the Marcelo Romy platoon at second base, but I would like an answer there, because you're starting to see Toro's production start to slip a little bit against right-handed pitching, and there are some good names. Whether it's Naylor, I saw Ryan O'Hearn being mentioned a bunch. There are guys that could solve that for you on this market right now.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how the playing time continues here for Abraham Toro. They have him back in the lineup today in batting eighth, and listen, he's done a nice job since being up here just to kind of fill that role.
Absolute found money.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Terp, to your point too, or your question about the difference with this team compared to the last 2 years, they didn't have Garrett Crochet these last 2 years. Like, they had some good pitchers, but this guy is on a whole nother level where I think you can make the legitimate argument. First off, I think he's a top 2 starter in the American League. I think right now it's between him and Skubal, but you even expand it to Major League Baseball, you could probably say top 4 at this point, conservatively.
I will say, just looking at the experience now that they have as well, like a guy like Alex Bregman, who is doing a great job coaching up these young guys and just has World Series pedigree and experience. Same thing with Walker Buehler as well. I mean, I know it hasn't been a great year for him, and same thing with Aroldis Chapman. All these guys that have been there and accomplished the highest of highs, kind of mentoring these younger players, which can't be overstated. We were talking about it with the Patriots as well. It's kind of similar with the Red Sox. Like, you have all these guys that have been there and done that, know how to be a professional, where these younger players are starting to figure it out, which makes them, I think, a little bit more foolproof in a way once you get towards the postseason, because a lot of players on this roster haven't experienced postseason baseball. Trevor Story, even lump him in. He's only played 2 seasons, made the playoffs twice in Colorado, and he only played like 6 games. Like, there's not a ton of experience on this team, which makes you a little bit worried going into the second half, because that's where the kind of changes. The season changes there. It's a completely different ballgame. And then you have guys like Bregman and Chapman and Walker Buehler as well that have all been there. I think that's important.
All right, we'll continue the Red Sox conversation in just a moment, but first, let's clean up the calls before we get you into pregame coverage. Darren is in Belmont. What's up, Darren?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Thanks for taking my call. We're talking about the Sox. First thing is, Jaylen Brown's the 4th highest paid player in the NBA right now per season. So let's not feel bad for the guy. In regards to the Red Sox, I don't know if anybody's talked about how Breslow made a bonehead move. I was looking at the stats last night for the Milwaukee Brewers game against the Dodgers, and there's a pitcher for the Brewers right now who's probably their number 2 starter that we gave away for nothing. His name is Quentin Presley. I think he's 9-3. He had 10 Ks last night. His ERA is around 3, and we gave him away because we thought we had too many starters. And now the Brewers are saying they're his number 2 starter. And if they're having this run going on, the Brewers have the number 1 record in MLB since the last 26 games. And he's one of the reasons. He's 9-3. His ERA is a little above 3. He had 10 Ks against the Dodgers last night in 6 innings. And Breslow traded him. We got him from York last year for that second baseman we gave away.
Right.
But we picked this kid up, and Breslow just gave him away, and he's 9-3. And he could be our number 2 or 3 starter right now, and we wouldn't have to get prospects that got try to get Joe Ryan or wherever we're thinking about getting. We had the guy in our staff, and we gave him away for nothing.
Darren, thank you for the call. Quentin Presley is an all-time.
We were talking about Quinn Priester before the game.
Yeah.
Quentin Presley might be a better player, though.
All right, so that is something that started percolating more last night than I think we've seen in the past. So the trade. So again, Quinn Priester acquired before the deadline last year for Nick York from the Pittsburgh Pirates, then traded to the Milwaukee Brewers for outfield prospect Yoferi Rodriguez, and I think there was a compensatory pick that was in there as well. It was sent at the time when you had Hunter Dobbins, who was coming onto the scene. Tanner Houck was still healthy. You still had Cooper Criswell in your mix. So I think, and you also still had the knowledge that some prospects, Connolly Early, Peyton Tolley, like these guys were coming up. So you, I guess, thought that you were dealing from a position of strength. I was really surprised at the time to see them deal a guy who they were so high on, who I think they were really excited to get into the quote-unquote Red Sox, pitching system and see what they could make of him. I thought that he was going to be a factor for this group, and yeah, that one's turning sour, and that one's turning sour very quickly.
It was a little bit of a shock, and I will say, Dan, too, like a lot of smart baseball people like that trade for the Red Sox because they got that competitive balance pick, which they used on Marcus Phillips, and they it seemed as though the team was down on Quinn Priester. The fact that he didn't actually make the rotation coming out of spring training, where they give it to Sean Newcomb. They give him one of the spots where it felt like Priester was going to be a guy for them. And yeah, it's burned them a bit right now. Obviously, things could change. We'll see if this continues, this run for Quinn Priester. But what's been super fascinating about the last month of the season for the Sox is the way the starting pitching has turned things around.
Yeah.
With Bello being as good as he's been recently, but also Lucas Giolito prior to yesterday looking like an ace in Major League Baseball, a guy that was an all-star at one point with the White Sox and pitching like it again over a 6-start stretch before this start against the Cubs. And I bring that up because things were not looking good for this organization from a pitching standpoint before these guys turned things around, because you had traded Priester, who had been really good for the Brewers and still has been good for them. Nick Pavetta's had a nice season for the Padres. You look at them not signing Nathan Eovaldi, and I know that wasn't a Craig Breslow move. That was Chaim Bloom not signing him, but he's obviously been really good too. Chris Sale continues to pitch really well for the Braves. That's obviously a Breslow move. So they needed to start to get some hits on the pitching side.
Yeah.
And thankfully some guys have actually started to turn it around, Bello being one of them. Excited to see what he can do tonight against the Cubs. But at the time, I was shocked like you, Dan. I was. And again, a lot of smart baseball people were saying this is a good deal for the Red Sox. But as of right now, it's looking like a steal for the Brewers, who are one of the hottest teams in Major League Baseball.
He only played one big league game for the Red Sox.
Who is that?
Quinn Priester.
Really?
5 innings.
I believe he pitched the finale of last year's season.
Is that
right.
It?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, that was it. They only gave him 5 major league innings.
I mean, and this was he actually, put together a halfway decent resume, not in terms of performance, but in terms of what he had done as a very young kid with the Pirates before that. It's kind of amazing that a guy at 24 is already on his 3rd major league organization, and he's doing what he's doing. And 94 and 2/3 innings, 3.33 ERA. He's now 18 games, 13 starts, and very much a factor for this team who needed it. And I don't know, just coming from an organization that really struggled to develop homegrown pitching talent for a little while. You look at the way that their championship rotations were made up. You brought in Sale. You brought in guys like Rick Porcello and Nate Eovaldi. you really had a bit of a gap between Bello and then back to the likes of the Buchholzes and the Lesters in terms of hits from a pitching perspective. So yeah, I was surprised at the time. It's certainly not turning into a good one for the Red Sox. But I also would say that, Joe, in the same breath, while also giving Craig Breslow his flowers on some of the other quote-unquote smaller deals that he's made. Narvaez, Weiss, seemingly everybody that he's gotten from the Yankees, these kind of second-rate, whether it's been claims or trades that maybe don't grab headlines, they've had a lot of guys who they've been able to accumulate that have been found value adds. So while this one looks like crap, he's still done a decent job in identifying those diamonds in the rough.
It's been a mixed bag this year, I think, as it's related to the front office. And I think that's why it talked about like how this year's been 10 different movies. I mean, that's what's been so fascinating about this year. The additions, the Crochet trade has been money. He's been everything you could have hoped for. Narvaez has been amazing. The Weissert Fitz trade with Verdugo. You can give a hat tip, by the way, to Aaron Judge on that one because he loved Alex Verdugo. Like he wanted a guy that could have a high average in front of him.
Yeah.
Obviously, that didn't work. That did work out for them. Worked out for the Red Sox. Yeah, exactly. And now, right out of the league too. So yeah, he's had some good moves. I mean, listen, Chapman as well. Like everybody here was, and rightfully so, was not happy when they signed Aroldis Chapman. But on the field, the dude has been electric. I mean, he's had one of his best seasons at age 37. That's worked out really well. We'll see if these other trades like Corey Alcala, that he becomes a consistent piece there in the bullpen. So there have been some hits.
All three of their all-stars.
Yeah,
Breslow guys.
All three of those guys.
And you can say Narvaez was a snub potentially.
Yeah, and that one was. And now you look at that trade too. Where would this team be without Carlos Narvaez? With the way
it's a scary thought.
With the way Connor Wong is
still stuck at 1 RBI.
He's still stuck at 1 RBI, hitting 149, which matches his slugging percentage, by the way. So no extra base hits this year.
Wow,
for him as well. But he's done it. To his credit, he's done a nice job catching Brayan Bello. But yeah, I mean, without Narvaez, you don't know where this team could have been. And especially with, listen, they've kept Long here, and this is maybe another part of this team where you could say, okay, they need a trade deadline acquisition to get a better backup catcher because they don't have really catching depth right now, at least players that you'd feel comfortable, bringing up to this level. So Narvaez has been amazing. I love his personality. He fits this market, and he seems like the coolest customer that they have.
Really does. He really does. And he also still wears the hat under his mask versus you have 99% of the league that's wearing the helmet under the mask. I don't know. It's just something classic about that. 978 texter, we traded Quentin Presley because we already had Hank Daubers and Ricky Fitzo on the roster. So he's right about that. Yeah, I can't say no to that when you know the names like that. But all right, we got a couple minutes before we get you into Red Sox pregame coverage. This is just a question to you as a fan, not as an analytics guy, as a host on this station. Where are you in terms of your belief in what we have been told time and time again by Craig Breslow and Sam Kennedy and anybody who's involved in the Boston Red Sox, that the Red Sox are going to add at the trade deadline, but also add players of consequence this year versus what we've seen in years past?
I do believe them, and I feel it's because there's a lot riding on this thing. I mean, as of right now, Alex Bregman is still on this contract where he could conceivably opt out after this season. So you have that part of it. I also think, too, with a guy like Garrett Crochet, the season that he's having when you are, at least right now, holding a playoff spot, you don't want to waste this season. He has been so good for this team, and I just feel like with everything that this group has gone through, trading Rafael Devers, and we were all looking at what Craig Breslow said about, saying by the end of this we could be a better team.
Yeah.
They have been, which has been a huge shock, and the Giants have not.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to want to continue to push this toward a playoff spot. This organization has gone too long since it's made the playoffs. I mean, 2021 is starting to feel like a distant memory.
Very much so.
Even though it's only, 4 seasons ago. But
almost half a decade.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at it that way.
And a dwindling number of faces who are a part of that team that are currently a part of the Red Sox.
Correct. So I think that they're going to add to this group. The question I have is this 9-game stretch. Can they just, if they even go 4-5, it's obviously not ideal, but you've kind of made it through at least this part of it, and you're still doing fairly well. And that's where the 10-game winning streak helps. And listen, I know they beat teams, bad teams like the Nationals and Rockies. They were not doing that last year.
Yep.
Like, give them, I obviously you should win those games, but you got to actually give them credit for doing it. And then they were winning all these close games against the Rays too. Yesterday didn't go where they wanted. The Cubs, I think, are a better team right now, but that doesn't mean you can't win games against them or even win series, and that's why tonight's such a big game.
One name you want to see on the Boston Red Sox after the conclusion of the trade deadline?
I mean, I would say Joe Ryan, but I don't know.
That one's been shut down a number of times. I'm still believing. I'm believing it's all leverage and bluster, and they're still going to be engaged in talks when all is said and
the
done.
one that was interesting, Ken Rosenthal brought up Charlie Morton, and everyone kind of did like a collective groan.
Yep.
And his numbers have been better.
They
right?
have.
And you think about the prospect capital it would take to get him, might not be too difficult. Can we get what was Quentin
41?
Quentin Presley.
Yeah, maybe Quentin Presley.
How do these organizations get guys like Quentin Presley nowadays? I just don't understand it. But you're hearing the wrap of music. That means we are out of time here on WEEI. Terp, my man, thanks for jumping in.
That was a lot of fun. Let's do it again.
That sounds good to me. Joe Weil's got you for the pregame show coming up. Red Sox and the Cubs game 2. Brayan Bello, Shota Imanaga, the pitching matchup. He's got you for the pregame show coming up in just a little bit. I am back with you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. as there is no rest for the weary here on WEEI. So I hope you'll tune in for that at 617-779-7937. Thanks to Tom Crisafulli back behind the glass playing the sad songs to remember Marcus Smart, who has moved on to the Los Angeles Lakers. Red Sox baseball coming up next. See ya.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that more projects mean more tools. For a limited time, new and existing MyLowe's Rewards credit card members can get 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more, in-store and online. Don't wait to get the things you need. Get special financing today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Now through August 27th, choose 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Ice, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard?
Thanks, now.
Make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27, 2025.
In communities across the country, hourly Amazon employees earn an average of over $22 an hour, with opportunities to grow their career and their paycheck. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Most people would rather attend a corporate team-building workshop than search for auto and home insurance.
Go team, feel that synergy.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Who's ready for the trust fall?
Council.
From the WEEI studios, the destination for Boston sports fans. Boston sports fans. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This Odyssey sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Now, here's Joe Weil.
Well, the 10-game winning streak is over, and now the Sox look to bounce back from their first loss since July 2nd. It's game 2 of a 3-game set between the Red Sox and the NL Central leading Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. From the WEEI Red Sox studios in Boston, I'm Joe Weil, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Saturday night baseball from the Shine. We have a first pitch tonight of 7:15, and first pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. And we have Will Fleming and Mike Monaco on the call for this one. We will hear from both of those guys in our pregame coverage tonight. After the loss yesterday, Boston's 53-46 and holding the third wildcard spot right now in the American League. And Chicago, meanwhile, they now have the best record in the National League at 58-39, only behind the Detroit Tigers in all of Major League Baseball in terms of overall record. The Cubs also have the best run differential in the sport as well. And we knew this stretch of 9 straight games against National League division leaders was going to be tough, and it didn't take long for the Red Sox to face adversity yesterday. Lucas Giolito, he ended up issuing back-to-back walks to start off the bottom of the first inning, and then with Seiya Suzuki at the plate, we had the play of yesterday's game brought to you by Nissan. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today.
2 on, none out. The pitch is driven high and deep in the left center field. St. On chases. Hay looks up and it is gone. Into the basket, over the ivy, and a 3-run homer for Suzuki, and the Cubs lead it 3-0.
So Suzuki, he now leads the Cubs with 26 home runs. That's good for third best in the National League. And Giolito, who had only given up 3 earned runs over a 38 2/3 inning span in his last 6 starts, gave up 3 in the first 3 batters he faced yesterday. So it was a 3-0 game going into the 3rd inning, and then Roman Anthony stepped to the plate, and he entered the All-Star break red hot with hits in 9 consecutive games, while he showed very little rust in his first game back.
The 0-1. Anthony swings and lines one toward left center field, and that'll get down in the gap and roll toward the track. Durant scores. Bregman motors to third and is there standing on a run-scoring double from Roman Anthony to get the Red Sox on the board. Plugs the gap in left center, and it's now 3-1 in the 3rd inning at Wrigley.
So a big 2-out hit for Roman Anthony. He now has hits in 10 straight games. He's hitting .385 over this span as well with a .564 slugging percentage. He finished yesterday 1 for 3 with a walk, and the Red Sox were only down by 2 at that point. But that was Boston's only hit with runners in scoring position. And arguably the biggest play from the Red Sox perspective was a base running blunder in the 5th inning. 2 on, nobody out, Alex Bregman at the plate. And usually, when Bregman is up with runners in scoring position and he hits a ball 106.2 miles per hour off the bat, good things happen. But that was not the case on this Friday afternoon in Chicago.
3-2 to Bregman. Pitch is swung on and driven into center field, but it'll hang up. Toro, horrible base running. Throw to second, he's got it all. That is unforgivable for Abraham Toro. I mean, he's halfway, almost 2/3 of the way to third. What in the world? It's right in front of him and a double play.
So a costly base running mistake there from Abraham Toro is part of what ultimately quiets that 5th inning rally. The Red Sox do not score, and in the end, it ends up being one of the defining plays of a 4-1 loss to the Cubs, something that Abraham Toro acknowledged after the game.
Yeah, again, that 5th inning, I think we got a rally going. I got to put the blame on me, that being thrown out of the double play, that kills rally. So yeah, it was a bad decision.
And we'll see now how the Red Sox and Abraham Toro respond today here in the middle match of a 3-game set in Chicago. And it's time now for today's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. And here is the 9 for the Red Sox here in Game 2 of a 3-game set. You're going to see a lot of right-handed hitters with Shota Imanaga on the mound for the Cubs. Leading things off is Rob Refsnyder. He's got a .932 OPS against left-handed pitchers this year. He bats first. He's out in left field. Alex Bregman, he bats in the 2 spot in this game. He's the third baseman, and he leads Major League Baseball with a .508 on-base percentage against left-handed pitchers. That's with a minimum of 50 plate appearances. Romy Gonzalez bats in the 3 spot. He's the second baseman. He leads all of Major League Baseball with a .406 average against left-handed pitchers with a minimum of 50 plate appearances. And here is Romy talking about the influence that Rob Refsnyder has had on him this year.
I mean, I think more so than anything, it's just the approach, like more so the mental side of, kind of being a platoon guy. And Rob's been doing this for a long time. He's got a lot of experience. He's played for a lot of managers. He knows baseball. Yeah. And, just being able to talk to him and kind of see how he goes about his business, it's helped me so much.
So Gonzalez back in the starting lineup against the left-handed pitcher, and again, he's playing second base. Roman Anthony, who's riding that 10-game hitting streak, he bats cleanup. He's out in right field. Then it's Trevor Story, the shortstop, and then Ceddanne Rafaela, who has an 11-game hitting streak. He's hitting .405 over this span. He bats 6th. He's in center field. 7-8-9 looking like this for the Sox tonight. Masataka Yoshida back in the starting lineup. He's the DH. He's 4 for 15 so far this year at the big league level. Abraham Toro back in the lineup, a switch hitter, obviously, and he's playing first base. Connor Wong does the catching again for Brayan Bello. So in the lineup today for the Sox, only 2 left-handed hitters, no Jarren Duran and no Wilyer Abreu as well. And that's because Imanaga's been great against left-handed hitters this year. He's holding them to a .230 slugging percentage, only 1 home run allowed as well. Again, right-handed batters, though, have done much better as they have a .413 slugging percentage against the left-hander for the Cubs and 10 home runs this year. Let's get you Chicago's lineup. Michael Busch leads things off. He's at first base. Kyle Tucker, he is out in right field batting second. Seiya Suzuki, who leads the National League with 80 RBIs. He's a DH. Pete Crow Armstrong, PCA, he bats cleanup. He's in center field. Ian Happ bats 5th. He is the left fielder, batting 6th. Dansby Swanson, the shortstop. And then 7-8-9 looking like this for the Cubbies tonight. Nico Horner at second base. Our old friend Reese McGuire, the catcher in this one. And Vidal Brujan, he rounds out the 9, and he is the third baseman. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And we have a very fun pitching matchup tonight. We have Brayan Bello going for the Sox, 6-3, 3.14 ERA. this year in 16 outings in 15 starts. And then it's Shota Imanaga on the other side for the Cubs. He's 6-3 with a 2.65 ERA in 12 starts. We know the story with Bello. He has been awesome over his last 8 outings. He's got a 2.61 ERA in this span and 7 quality starts. Got a really nice ovation at Fenway after his last start against the Rays on Sunday, during which he allowed just 1 run in 6 1/3 innings while striking out 5. Couple keys for him. The strike percentage has steadily improved. He was at 58% through his first 8 starts, and that has been bumped up to 65% over his last 8 outings, peaking at 69% in his 3 July appearances. He's starting to get more swing and miss as well. He's registered 26 whiffs over the last 2 starts, and he's been using the 4-seam fastball a lot more as well. That pitch has been really good for him. Batters hitting just 184 against that pitch with a 265 slugging percentage. As for the other guy, Imanaga, the throwing philosopher, his nickname, he's coming off a 7-inning, 1-run outing against the Yankees that resulted in a win. He's in year 2 of a 4-year, $53 million contract that looks like a steal right now. And that split finger pitch of his is so good. Batters hitting just 177 against it. And they only hit 203 against the last year as well. So it's a pitch he utilizes a lot. He did miss close to 2 months this year with a hamstring injury, but he's looked really great since coming off the IL. 3-1, 2.31 ERA across 4 starts and only 2 walks in that span. But he has a big test with all these great right-handed bats that the Sox have. And the Sox against left-handed pitching this year, they're first in Major League Baseball on average. They're second in on-base percentage and third in slugging percentage. So with all these mashers on the right-handed side, we'll see how they do against the Cubs left-hander. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And coming up in about 15 minutes, we will hear Will Fleming's pregame chat with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. That is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles. Ford, from America, for America. But coming up next, we got Mike Monaco joining us from Wrigley Field as we get you set for Sox versus Cubs from Wrigley. I'm Joe Weil. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Lowe's knows that more projects mean more tools. For a limited time, new and existing MyLowe's Rewards credit card members can get 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more, in-store and online. Don't wait to get the things you need. Get special financing today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Now through August 27th, choose 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Ice, energy, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks iced energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks iced energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. We have a first pitch at 7:15 tonight from Wrigley Field. It is the Sox versus the Cubs. And joining us now from Wrigley Field is Mike Monaco. And Mike, I'll throw you a hardball right out of the chute here. I know you lived in Chicago for a little bit, and I was curious, when you come back to Chicago, what are you craving more? Is it the Italian Chicago beef, or are you a deep dish guy?
You know what, Joe? I'm not a deep dish guy. But there is a different
branded pizza here than the ones everyone talks about. The ones everyone talks about are Giordano's and Lou Malnati's. I will go to my grave that at my last supper, I would like to have Pequod's deep dish pizza here. It is sausage and pepperoni, and it's baked into the pizza, so it doesn't feel like this super tomato-y sauce. It is deep dish. It is glorious. They caramelize the crust, so it's phenomenal. I plan on hopefully getting some after the game. We're hoping for like a 2-hour and 30-minute shove piece from Brayan Bello, and then we can get some Pequods.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned that place. I do watch The Bear, and I know they utilized that spot in one of the episodes, and I've always wanted to go there. So I'm glad that you confirmed that is a very good place to go. Mike, let's just talk quickly about yesterday. Obviously, one of the big talking points of that game was Abraham Toro getting doubled off in the 5th inning to quiet that rally. Here's just an overarching Sox question that I have for you right now. Do you feel like the biggest obstacle for this team is themselves, or is it something different than that?
I think it's one of the obstacles. Alex Cora said to Will pregame when he talked with him yesterday that for him, the 3 fundamental pillars are pitching, defense, and base running. And Alex said that in the last month, the pitching and defense have been very good. He admitted even before that Toro played that the base running has not always been good. So I do think that's a problem that you want to see less of. But I think there are bigger, obstacles to answer your question than just themselves. The division being one of them. Guys staying healthy being another. Rafael and Story continuing what they've done with the bats. But it's certainly right in the discussion. Yeah, like you have to limit mistakes. Like winning games is hard enough. Winning games in this division is hard enough. Or in this stretch right now against the best teams in the National League is hard enough. So, yeah, you can't afford more circumstances like yesterday because that was probably the best threat. And also, not for nothing, if Alex Bregman pulls that ball 10 more feet into left center, we're also looking at a very different inning than what it was.
When I was joking about it in the first segment, when Alex Bregman hits a ball 106.2 miles per hour off the bat with 2 guys on, usually good things happen and not that. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. One guy that is trying to help the cause, Mike, is Roman Anthony. He extended his hitting streak to 10 games yesterday, hitting .385 over this span. How impressed are you by the way he has adapted and been relied upon so early in his major league career?
Very impressed. He just looks the part. When I did the Toronto series at Fenway a few weeks ago, it was my first time seeing Roman Anthony in person, I guess, outside of spring training. And yeah, the at-bats and the takes were really impressive, and they got blown out in the Friday game of that weekend. And so I had said on the air, like, you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're talking about Roman Anthony's takes in a 9-1 loss or whatever it was. But that was, to me, the most impressive part of that game and laying eyes on him. And Alex Cora talks about the quality of the at-bat and that he doesn't seem fazed by the moment. And then Will and I were just talking about this off air. Like, look at the lineup today and who is not in the lineup when Roman Anthony is in there. There's no Duran. There's, no Wilyer Abreu. And you have Roman Anthony hitting in the cleanup spot in tonight's game, getting the left-on-left matchups against a guy who was an all-star in the past in Shota Imanaga.
Yeah, it does speak to how well he has adapted, how well he's performed already. Here's a 21-year-old. Yeah, you bring up Imanaga, and Mike, it's a really interesting pitching matchup today because you can make the argument that as well as each starter has thrown the ball, the team on the other side might be a bad matchup. So let's start with Brayan Bello, who has completely turned it around over his last 8 outings. But even though his ground ball rate for the season, it's at roughly 52%, the Cubs have the lowest ground ball rate in the sport. So what's the key for Bello tonight against the Cubs?
I think just continue what he's been doing, not worry too much about that. I think if he pitches the way he can, the ground balls are going to come. 2 starts ago against Colorado, just kind of watching that game, like his changeup seemed really good, and it was still hard. It was like 88 miles an hour, but it had the life that was just devastating, especially early in that game. Bello talked about it afterward. Alex Cora talked about it afterward. It was a big part in him throwing a complete game, getting the 10 strikeouts. So I think if he has that pitch again, he's done so much work to improve the command, and it's 3 starts in a row where it's just 2 walks total in that time. So the command's been there, and then I think one of the next steps is get back to that devastating changeup that we've seen the last few years. So more of that would be very nice to see. And it's a tough lineup. I mean, it's Bush, it's Tucker, it's Pete Crow, Armstrong, 3 lefties among the first 4. So right out of the gates, we saw this yesterday, how important the first inning is going to be for Brayan Bello.
Let's flip it to the other side. Imanaga goes up against a Sox lineup that is top 3 in average on-base percentage and slugging percentage against left-handed pitchers. Obviously, guys like Rob Refsnyder and Roman Gonzalez are a big part of that, but what does the Sox lineup need to do damage against this really good pitcher on the other side?
Yeah, I mean, he's been really good since he came over and signed last year. And I remember watching him pitch at Fenway last year and just being so impressed by the command of everything. Like, it's not this insanely overpowering stuff. It's a fastball at 91 miles an hour, but it's a really good splitter. It hasn't really been hit hard at all. It's been even a little bit better than it was last year. So whenever it's a splitter, you hear hitting coaches and managers talk about, like, see that pitch up. That's the name of the game. You know the book with him. It's fastball and it is splitter. It's basically those 2 pitches. And, yeah, there's going to be the breaking ball to lefties, but those are the 2 pitches for Imanaga. And since he's been back healthy, he's kind of back as one of the key cogs in this rotation, and the Cubs have needed him to be that without Justin Steele.
Well, it should be a fun pitching matchup. And, Mike, I'm hoping you get everything that you desire tonight. We get a great outing from Brayan Bello. You get some Pequods after the game. Let's hope that's the case. Thanks for the time again, my friend.
Joe, I'm very impressed. You knew what Pequods was. You are a learned scholar on everything Chicago.
Yeah, listen, I try. The bear helps. I will say the bear helps a little bit.
Yes.
Appreciate
Definitely
it, Mike.
Does. Thanks, man.
All right, in every game we have the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day, Together We Drive. You can listen in for that during the broadcast today. Mike and will discuss it. The question today is, which of these rental pitchers might be dealt before the trade deadline would you most like to have? And here are the options: Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Charlie Morton, and Adrian Hauser of the White Sox. And we'll see what you guys end up choosing. It should be that's another interesting question that we have on our X account at Sox Booth. And again, you can chime into that. The guys will discuss it. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at Subaru of New England.com. And coming up next, we will have Will Fleming's pregame chat with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. That is presented by your New England Ford dealers. Again, we got the Sox versus the Cubs. Game 2 of a 3-game set. Sox look to rebound from a 4-1 loss yesterday. I'm Joe Weil. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Ice, energy, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks iced energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks iced energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
For life with pets, there's Chewy with 24/7 live chat. Helpful humans with helpful help. with answers to any question at any hour of any day or any night for any how-to, why-do, or what-if that comes with loving someone with 4 legs, 2 wings, or 9 lives. If a pet is part of your family, Chewy should be too. With everything you need and everything you need to know for life with pets.
You know that thing called AI? Supposed to make the workplace super efficient? Well, there's something better. DI, Delicious Intelligence. It's tech that helps make work efficient and yummy. Leading the DI revolution, Easy Cater, a workplace food platform that connects you to tons of favorite restaurants with tools to save time and stay on budget. Need tacos for 20? Falafel for 40? A variety of vegan breakfast sandwiches? Now that's a tasty prompt. Join the DI revolution. Order now at easycater.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Get your summer project rolling with the Riverhead Building Supply Decking Sale, July 14th through 28th. Save big on in-stock TimberTech decking, including Terrain, Prime, and Legacy collections. Azek Harvest, Landmark, and Vintage are on sale too. Coordinating railing and hidden fasteners also on sale. Whether you're building new or upgrading, this is the time to shop and save. Visit any Riverhead Building Supply location or go to rbscorp.com. Great decks start here with summer savings.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution take on CF Montreal on Friday, July 25th at Gillette Stadium for Mascot Night. The most popular mascots in the region take the field for a soccer match at halftime. Friday, July 25th, the Revolution take on CF Montreal. Head to revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net/tickets.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. It's Boston versus Chicago today at Wrigley Field. Game 2 of a 3-game set. First pitch coming up in about 35 minutes. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles. Ford, from America, for America. And here is Alex Cora with our very own Will Fleming.
Game 2 in Chicago with the manager Alex Cora. And back in the saddle yesterday, it just didn't get the big hit. I thought there was some really quality at-bats. Giolito battled, but looking back on game 1 out of the break, what'd you think?
Not much, to be honest with you. One big swing that changed the game, and we walked a few guys, and we paid the price, right? We walked 2 in the first inning. We walked another one later on in the game, and they score. So we just got to be aggressive in the strike zone. If we do that, we're going to be okay.
I thought Giolito, after that, though, really battled, settled in. Did you agree?
He did a good job. I talked to him after the fact, and he felt off mechanically. He wasn't able to make adjustments throughout the game. But, like I told him, I told this to Bello 2 weeks ago, that's the bad one. 6 innings, 3 runs, 6 innings, 4 runs. Give us a chance to win. It's a lot better than the 2 innings, 7 runs that we were getting early on.
During the game yesterday, I said, I think being here at Wrigley probably feels like visitors feel at Fenway Park. There was a real energy in this ballpark yesterday. Did you feel that in this dugout?
Yeah, it was good. It was good, and we were here a few years ago. It was the same thing. Obviously, a different cast on our end, but it's a beautiful place. They're playing some good baseball, and people enjoy coming here. The weather was amazing, and it was a good baseball game.
Justin Turner just out in front of our dugout right now. So many guys are going up to talk to him. I know you had such a cool relationship with him. Everywhere he goes, he impacts so many players. What are your memories of JT on this team?
He's a good player that helped us with a lot of stuff. And, whatever the future holds, that's the future. But right now, he's impacting the Cubs the right way. He did it with Seattle. He did it with Toronto with us. There's a guy that at one point we thought he was going to retire as a Dodger, but he still loves the game. He likes to compete. He likes to win, and that's what I remember from him.
As coming up as a Dodger, as he did, what is it about that franchise that's so different? I mean, you now manage the Red Sox. They are a marquee franchise. What is it about the Dodgers that stands out to you when you look back?
The Dodger way, man, is they care about people. They care about players. They want their players to be the best in the business, on the field, off the field. They teach you how to dress. They teach you about your bank accounts. They do it right. And in Dodger Town, you have all those legends coming around and talking to you like they knew you for a long, long time, and it was always fun.
Bello has been on such a good run here. You talked to him about if the bad one is 6-3, we'll definitely take it. Command, aggression, confidence, is that what has changed for him?
Yeah, similar to last year. I think last year in the second half of the season, he was great for us. You can see momentum building throughout the season, making adjustments, repertoire-wise, where to use his fastball. We didn't like the four-seamer, then we added the four-seamer because we needed some breathing room against lefties, where to throw it, and he keeps evolving, and this is not the final product, but this guy is really good.
Felt like the game changed on that base running play. What did Toro say after the game, and what do you make of that play?
Actually, I didn't talk to him about it. When plays like that happen, we know.
He knows.
There's nothing that you have to talk. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. He's a veteran that understands the game, and it was a bad read, and we leave it at that.
This Cubs team is Suzuki. It kind of flies under the radar. What is it, 26 home runs now? Watching them in person, did anything stand out to you 1 through 9?
A good baseball team. They can pitch and they can play defense. They're very athletic. Obviously, he's having a monster season. He done bought it out of the ballpark. I think everybody knew that coming, when he came to the States, to play. There's an adjustment period. There's been some injuries, but the swing is on point, and he was more aggressive than we thought in that first pitch. It was a pitch above the zone, and he got to it, but they do a lot of good things. I think Craig is one of the best managers in the big leagues. He showed it in Milwaukee. He's doing an outstanding job with the Cubs, and they're going to be in a good place.
I said it in Seattle and San Francisco, where these bigger outfields give Cedon a real chance to shine in the outfield. I felt the same way yesterday. What did you make of his day defensively in center?
Yeah, just another day for him, to be honest with you. Good reads, good communication. He's having a tremendous season, not only offensively, but defensively. He's the best defensive center fielder in the big leagues. That weird call, the umpires come together, you get tossed because, isn't it the case that, I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but shouldn't the guy who's closest to the play have that call? What did you say and what did they respond to you with when you went out to chat? The third base umpire got blocked by the third baseman. He asked for help right away, and they reversed the call. This club has a right-handed approach against these lefties. You get Refsnyder and Romy in there. What have those guys meant to your club? Every time it seems like they're in there. Rob leads off today. There's a real veteran presence. How about your lineup with the righties in? No, I don't know if Romy's a veteran, to be honest with you. I think Romy has 2 years in the big leagues, but, he's a good player. He's a mature at bat. They hit the ball hard. They understand what they want to do. With Rob, just tremendous, not only, as a hitter, but as a leader, and he's helped some of the young kids like Romy to learn the craft of being a bench player, a utility guy, a lefty smasher, whatever you want to call it. They're both great kids, and I'm happy that they play for us. Duran not in there. You texted him last night to tell him he's going to be on the bench to start the game at least. Number one, how did he take that? But also, you've built this great relationship with him where he's just ready to roll with anything. Yeah, we actually talked about it yesterday before the game. The first pitch he saw in this ballpark a few years ago, he hit it for a home run in center field after not playing in Toronto because of the COVID restrictions and all that stuff. And we actually, I was like, hey, man, me and you, we've been through a lot the last few years. Let's get it done. Let's finish it. And he's excited about the future. He loves where we at, and what we're trying to accomplish. And he's all in. JD, there's no questions, He just... you tell him what to do, and he'll do it. I know you love the game-to-game, pitch-to-pitch stuff of managing the mechanics of a game, but is that
one of your favorite parts of being a big league manager, the relationships and the trust you can build with players?
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is a small window. And, I love the fact that Mookie Betts watches the Red Sox play and Xander Bogaerts does the same thing. And David Price will text me here and there, and Drew Pomeranz, we were together in 18 and he still texts me. And when he sees me, he gives me a big hug, That's what it's all about. I think people take this game too serious, to be honest with you. Yep. In between the lines, I think relationships matters, not only with your players, but with the opposition. The fact that, I was able to ask Aaron Judge to take a picture with my kids, and he never hesitated, that makes me happy, and there's a game that has given us so much joy and so many friendships. That's the way I see it.
Very cool. Last thing, you brought it up. So how often do you hear from Xander and Mookie? I mean, our fan base adored both those guys. How are both of them doing? You have a special relationship with both of them. What do they tell you? How are they both going?
Yeah, Xander is hot right now, so he doesn't talk too much. Mookie right now says that he forgot how to hit. I told him, you're going to Fenway in 2 weeks, kid. We'll see you there.
We appreciate it, Alex. Good luck today.
Thank you, Will.
And hopefully for Mookie's sake, he continues to forget how to hit when he is at Fenway when the Sox are hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. That'll be the final leg of this three-series stretch in which the Sox are taking on the best teams in each division in the National League. Great stuff there from Alex Cora with Will Fleming. Let's get you today's starting lineups, once again, brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. And once again, here is the 9 for the Red Sox tonight. Rob Refsnyder leading things off. He is out in left field, hitting .932. He's got a .932 OPS against left-handed pitchers this year. Overall this year, hitting .274 with a .481 slugging percentage and 5 home runs. Alex Bregman in the 2 spot. He is at third base, batting third. Romy Gonzalez. The numbers against left-handed pitchers are awesome. He's got a .406 average against lefties. That's the best mark in Major League Baseball among all hitters with at least 50 plate appearances against left-handed pitchers. But overall this year, he's hitting .326, and he's got a .582 slugging percentage. Batting fourth, it's Roman Anthony. He's out in right field. He's got a 10-game hitting streak. Batting fifth, Trevor Story, the shortstop. He went 0 for 4 yesterday. Batting sixth, it's Cedon Rafaela. He's out in center field, and he extended that hitting streak to 11 games yesterday. Took a couple more pitches than we thought, but ended up happening as he ripped one into left field. He's hitting .405 over this 11-game hit streak as well. He has been awesome. 7-8-9 looking like this. Masataka Yoshida, the DH. Abraham Toro at first base. And then it is Connor Wong doing the catching for Brayan Bello. And this will be the 11th time that Connor Wong has caught Bello this year. He has Bello has a 3.14 ERA with Wong behind home plate. So this tandem has worked pretty well with one another. And that's despite, of course, Wong's offensive struggles, hitting just .149 with 1 RBI coming into this game and no extra base hits. The 9 for the Cubs, Michael Busch leading things off. He's at first base. Kyle Tucker, he's out in right field. Seiya Suzuki, the DH, he hit the big 3-run home run in the first inning yesterday. He's got 26 home runs. Pete Crow Armstrong, who's batting right behind him in the cleanup spot, he is 25 home runs, and he's playing in center field. Ian Happ bats fifth. He's in left field. Dansby Swanson bats sixth. He's a shortstop. And then 7-8-9 looks like this for Chicago tonight. It's Nico Horner, the second baseman. Reese McGuire, former Red Sox, obviously the catcher, and Vidal Brujan, he rounds out the 9 as the third baseman. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And it's Shota Imanaga on the bump for the Cubs, 6-3, 2.65 ERA across 12 starts this year. And this is actually his second start ever against the Red Sox. Last year at Fenway Park, back on May 13th, he allowed just 1 run in 6 1/3 innings pitched as part of a 7-1 win for the Cubs. Bello on the other side, 6-3, 3.14 ERA on the season. He has made 16 outings this year, 15 starts. He's been awesome for the Sox as of late, looking to continue things on the bump. His great run as of late. Across his last 8 outings, he's got a sub-3 ERA, and the hope is that he can continue that here tonight against the Cubs and at Wrigley Field against one of the best offenses in Major League Baseball. Coming up next, we'll get you the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing, and then we will also get you a Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. Again, Sox and Cubs coming up from Wrigley Field in about 25 minutes. I'm Joe Weil. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with a navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution take on CF Montreal on Friday, July 25th at Gillette Stadium for Mascot Night. The most popular mascots in the region take the field for a soccer match at halftime. Friday, July 25th, the Revolution take on CF Montreal. Head to revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net/tickets.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow as we get you ready for Red Sox versus Cubs. Boston lost yesterday 4-1 against the Cubbies. Looking to rebound with Brayan Bello on the bump, who has been fantastic recently and coming off a great start against the Rays to close out his pre-All-Star break stretch. But a tough matchup today against the Cubs team that can certainly mash. And before every game, we have the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together We Drive. You can listen in for that during the broadcast today. And here is the question that we have on our X account at Sox Booth. Which of these rental pitchers that might be dealt before the trade deadline would you most like to have? And the options are, there's actually two from the D-backs. You have Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. And then the two other options are Charlie Morton of the Orioles and Adrian Hauser of the White Sox. So chime into that, and Will Fleming and Mike Monaco will discuss the results during tonight's broadcast. Here's the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing. Never roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. And I'm going with Romy Gonzalez in this one for at least 2 total bases in this game, going up against the left-hander Shota Imanaga, who has been fantastic over his 2 seasons in the big leagues. But Romy has been great against left-handed pitchers this year. He leads all Major League Baseball with that .406 average, with a minimum of 50 plate appearances against left-handed pitchers for batters in the big league. So I love what Romy's been doing against left-handed pitchers, and I'm going with him here for my lock of the game. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard update, and we start within the division as the Blue Jays have picked up yet another victory. They beat the Giants by a score of 6-3, so they increased their lead in the American League, now up 3.5 games on the Yankees and now 4.5 games up on the Boston Red Sox. Coming up at 7:15 tonight, the Yankees are taking on the Atlanta Braves. The Yankees have really struggled on the road recently. They have dropped 12 of their last 14 road games. And then Tampa Bay is at home against the Orioles. That's a 7:05 start time, and Tampa Bay got a big performance from Junior Caminario in yesterday's game, 3 for 5 with 2 home runs and 4 RBIs in that ball game. Here's what's coming up later tonight. You have Texas at home against the Detroit Tigers. That's a 7:05 start time. Tigers have lost 5 in a row, and the Rangers, they've won 4 of their last 5 games. Cleveland's at home against the A's. That gets going at 7:10 as the Guardians are in the midst of a 16-game stretch in which they're playing non-playoff teams. So they're playing better baseball, and it's coming at a time where the trade deadline's obviously approaching, and they're still one of those middle ground team right now, trying to figure things out. At 7:15, Arizona's at home against the Cardinals. The Diamondbacks look to win 3 in a row for the first time since June 19th to the 21st. The Cardinals 51-47. At 8:10, the Twins are taking on the Rockies, and you just continue to watch the Twins because that's a team that, if they continue to trend this way, will sell off more of their pieces. Obviously, Joe Ryan is the most noteworthy name, but they have lost consecutive games against the Pirates and the Rockies, so things are obviously not going well for them. A team that has been playing great baseball, that's the Brewers. They take on the Dodgers at 9:10 as Milwaukee has won 8 consecutive games, and because they've played so well, they're still just 1 game back right now of the Chicago Cubs in the NL Central. And then coming up at 9:40, you have the red-hot Seattle Mariners taking on the Houston Astros in Seattle, as the Mariners, they have won 4 consecutive games. Just looking at games in progress right now, the Nationals and Padres, they're delayed right now. That's in the top of the first inning. No score in that ball game. And the Reds and Mets, it's a 5-2 game right now. Reds ahead of the Mets. That's about to go into the bottom of the 8th inning. Angels and Phillies, they're tied at 1 as that's in the top of the 4th inning. Pirates and White Sox going head-to-head tonight. 2 teams, obviously, that have not been good at all this year. And that score right now is tied going into the bottom of the 2nd. But another big one for the Sox tonight as they take on the Cubs. The Sox on the road this year, by the way, 21-26. They've played much better at home this year, 32-20, but some big tests coming up, obviously tonight, tomorrow against the Cubs, and then you have those 3 games looming against the Phillies. But you win tonight, it sets up a crochet day tomorrow, and that would obviously be a great position for the Red Sox to be in. So it's up to Brayan Bello and this offense to see what they can do against the Cubs team that has been one of the best teams in Major League Baseball, second best record in the sport at 58-39, Sox 53-46. Big thank you to David Azer behind the glass. Great work here at the flagship WEEI. I'm Joe Weil, and you've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Hang tight. Red Sox versus Cubs with Will Fleming and Mike Monaco on the call next along the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with a navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
It's hard not to add a side of hot, crispy hash browns to your favorite McDonald's breakfast. It's even harder not to eat said hash browns before you get home. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Across the country, everyday Americans are standing up to expand freedom and opportunity, not just for themselves, but for their neighbors and communities. They're small business owners, parents, farmers, and local leaders, people who are pushing back against government overreach and showing what's possible when liberty is protected and individuals get involved. I'm David Fromm, host of the American Potential podcast, where we bring these stories to life. We don't just talk about policy solutions. Each week, we share the impact of how these solutions benefit everyday Americans. Because behind every issue is an individual, a family, or a community that's been impacted, reminding us that policy becomes personal. So whether you're passionate about keeping more of your hard-earned money, expanding school choice, or cutting red tape, you'll hear from the people making a difference as they share their stories. Listen now to American Potential on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution take on CF Montreal on Friday, July 25th at Gillette Stadium for Mascot Night. The most popular mascots in the region take the field for a soccer match at halftime. Friday, July 25th, the Revolution take on CF Montreal. Head to revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net/tickets.
This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, quickly, it's over. And the Red Sox win. Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Nomo's pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella, here for good.
Fires. Swing and a miss, quickly, it's over.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike three, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. CCLCO.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. CNS Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. the Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Mike Monaco.
Good evening and welcome to the friendly confines of Wrigley Field on a spectacular Saturday, Chicago's summer night. We welcome you to Game 2 of a 3-game series between the Boston Red Sox and the Chicago Cubs. The Sox, a little bit of a sluggish start out of the All-Star break, but tonight they hand the baseball to Brayan Bello, looking to start a new winning streak against one of the great left-handed pitchers in the National League, Shota Imanaga. Along with Mike Monaco, Will Fleming, in one of the great settings in all of Big League Baseball. It is warm, it is muggy. Clouds overhead, but the Red Sox looking to burst out here against the Chicago Cubs. And Mike, the Red Sox, this incredible run into the All-Star break, a day game, first game on the slate out of the break, before they can blink, a 3-run homer from Seiya Suzuki. Just sort of a bizarre game, base running blunders. The Sox had opportunities. You feel like they're in a great position to right the ship here tonight.
You think so, especially the way Bello's been recently. His last 8 starts have been excellent, 50-plus innings, a 2.61 ERA over that time since the start of June for Brayan Bello. And you talked with Alex Cora pregame about the increased maturity and everything that's gone into it. You know, some similarities to last year in the second half, and hopefully Bello can get out on the right foot. And, you know, I think you bring up yesterday's game, like right from the start, it has to be a good first inning for Brayan Bello against the Cubs lineup, because those big bats in one of the best offenses in the sport, they come at you quickly, especially with lefties against another right-handed starter for the Red Sox, like Giolito yesterday, Bello today. So, yeah, great chance to even this thing up. And then if you do so, not to look too far ahead, but you get Garrett Crochet going tomorrow and try to get out of here, even though the winning streak is over, with taking 2 out of 3.
It has felt like this club really has benefited from getting early leads in game. They hope to do that again here tonight. Time now for the national anthem, which is brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com. You'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave.
I think we need to delay first pitch. We need a full segment on how good that national anthem was.
With a flyover right after, too.
And Kerry Wood was here throwing out tonight's first pitch. Everything happening on a Saturday night at Wrigley Field, and we are just about set to go with the Cubs about ready to take the field and getting set to stream out of the third base dugout. Let's get you the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And let's meet tonight's players. For the Red Sox, Rob Refsnyder leads off against the lefty Imanaga. Refsnyder is in left. Alex Bregman follows, batting second and playing third. Romy Gonzalez bats third and gets the start at second base, again in there against the lefty. Roman Anthony's the cleanup man in right field with no Duran and no Abreu against the left-handed starter. Trevor Story bats fifth and plays short. Ceddanne Rafaela bats sixth and is in center. Masataka Yoshida came off the bench yesterday. He starts today as the DH and bats seventh. Abraham Toro had that base-running blunder yesterday in the fifth inning. He plays first and bats eighth. Connor Wong gets the start behind the plate and bats ninth, working with Brayan Bello. For the Cubs and manager Craig Counsell, Michael Busch leads off at first base. Kyle Tucker is in right field batting second. Seiya Suzuki had the 3-run home run in the first inning last night. He bats third and again DHs. All-star Pete Crow Armstrong is in center and the cleanup man. The switch-hitting Ian Happ bats fifth and plays left. Two-time All-Star Dansby Swanson is the shortstop batting sixth with Nico Horner, good glove and all, at second batting seventh. Old friend Reese McGuire does the catching in the eighth spot, and Vidal Brujan is batting ninth and playing third. Those are your Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And the Cubs have taken the field wearing the customary home whites with the royal blue pinstripes running down. Imanaga rubs up the baseball wearing 18 in that royal blue on his back. Pants hiked up high just south of the knees, revealing the blue socks as he works on the mound and gets ready to go. Tonight's Speed Report is powered by Verizon. Get your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. For Imanaga, he throws his four-seam fastball 50% of the time. 91 miles an hour is the average with that pitch, and it has been hit hard this season. He's given up 11 home runs. 9 of them have come on the four-seam fastball. The splitter is the excellent pitch for Imanaga. He throws it more than a third of the time. So it's really four-seam fastball and splitter for him. His split finger is 82, 83, gets him a bunch of his strikeouts and a lot of swing and miss. So that's the key pitch for the Red Sox against Shota Imanaga in this one. He's a 31-year-old from Japan. Last year an All-Star in year one with the Cubs. He had a 2.91 ERA last year in about 30 starts. Only his 13th start of the season this year. Missed nearly 2 months due to injury. But when he has pitched, he's been really good. A 2.65 ERA in about 70 innings of work. Not a ton of strikeouts, but good command. Not a lot of walks from Shota Imanaga. And on the other side, Brayan Bello, who, like we said, is trying to continue what he's done for his last month and a half. He comes in with a 3.14 ERA. Blue skies here at Wrigley Field, and that's good to see because we had some rain earlier in the day. And it is very humid tonight for Game 2 of this series. Rob Refsnyder's in the right-hand box, and we are ready to go. And here's the voice of the Red Sox for the call, Will Fleming.
What a beautiful night, and beautiful to be with you, Mike, as the Red Sox looking to even this series at a game apiece. Refsnyder into the right-handed batter's box. Imanaga throws, and Refsnyder drives one into the gap in left center field. What an electric start. It hits the ivy. It bounces on the track. Refsnyder and a second base standing. Hello, Shirley, a leadoff double for Refsnyder, and the Red Sox are in business right out of the gates.
And don't call me Shirley. Rob Refsnyder to left center. First pitch, Hunting got 91 and just cracks it. 112 miles an hour off the bat. That is about as big of a bolt as you'll see from Rob Refsnyder.
And now here is Alex Bregman. The Red Sox have a right-handed heavy lineup. Imanaga, one of the great pitchers in the National League. Bregman right on left. The pitch to him is a fastball that misses outside. It's basically four-seam splitter and occasional curveball for Imanaga. Fastball does get hit pretty hard against right-handers. Red Sox would do very well to jump on this left-hander early and get Bello a lead. Bregman 309. He takes strike on the outside corner. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Imanaga
signed a big contract with the Cubs before last season and went 15-3 with a sub-3 ERA. He is a command wizard. 1-1 to Bregman. The pitch is just inside. Well, Bregman has not played much lately. Still has an amazing command of the strike zone. He spit on a splitter there. And it is 2-1. Bregman 297, 11 homers, and 35 driven in. Leadoff double. The pitch inside. I mean, Imanaga walks nobody. His whip is .92 coming into this game. Walks and hits per innings pitched. He has walked 16 in 68 innings. The Red Sox a chance to jump right on him right here. The pitch to Bregman is a strike. He didn't think so. Now that is a gift given by the home plate umpire, Ryan Wills. I mean, a 3-1 pitch. The Red Sox should have 2 on. Nobody out. Instead, see if Bregman could cash it in. 3-2 with Refsnyder at second. Dancing around the pitch. Bregman, little cue shot down the first base line. It spins and stays fair. It's handled there by Bush. It's a productive out. On the play, Refsnyder's over to third, but I think Bregman believes he earned a walk, didn't get one, but now runner at third with 1 down for Romy Gonzalez.
Yeah, you'd sure love first and second instead, but that was that splitter, and somehow that ball probably stayed fair. It thought it was going to take a right turn, but instead, Cubs are going to bring the infield in here.
Felt like it turned 2 different directions down the line. Here is Romy Gonzalez. Red hot. The pitch is swung on a miss. Again, that awesome splitter from Imanaga. And it's 0-1. This is no easy test here for Romy. Comes in 326, 5 homers, 28 driven, and man, did he surge into the break. 0-1. The pitch is fouled straight back. That was the four-seamer, 91. So now 0-2. The one thing about Romy that's been so beautiful to watch is that opposite field approach, particularly with 2 strikes on him. The infield's sort of halfway. He'll try to shoot one into the outfield. Not easy against that splitter. 0-2 with a runner at third and 1 down. The pitch is indeed that inside-out swing. It's so intentional for Rob, but Romy stays alive, and it's 0-2. This guy, 9-game hitting streak, almost up to the All-Star break, during which he just lit the world on fire, hit .459. 0-2, runner at third, 1 down. The pitch is swung on a miss. He got him. Splitter. That is the perfect pitch from Imanaga. That was way outside, but a tough pitch to Romy. And now, trying to cash it in. Here comes Roman Anthony.
Yeah, it's so impressive to watch Imanaga work. I mean, you said it. It's basically a 2-pitch mix, and he can use that splitter in different spots. That's like up and away, and it still gets the swing and miss.
So you're now Roman, who is on a 10-game hitting streak, 15 for his last 39. He takes a fastball up and in. Moves his head back out of the way. And it is 1-0. It's just remarkable what Anthony has done. 266, couple homers. 14 driven in. 1-0. Infield backed up. The pitch way high. It's amazing. These Cubs pitchers, they show Roman so much respect. It's off speed. It's out of the zone. They're trying to get him to chase. 2-0 with Story on deck. Pitch is swung on and fouled. That was a fastball in on the hands, and it's 2-1. Bush at first, Horner at second, Swanson the shortstop, Brujan Vidal. Longtime Ray is at third base. Tucker in right, Crow Armstrong at center with Ian Happ in left. We got started right on time, 6:15, and why not? 85 perfect degrees. Time and temp brought to you by Hatfield. Better care, better pork. Roman waits. 2-1. Imanaga throws. Roman swings and misses. Wow, that's the first slider that he's thrown. It's a different animal, Imanaga, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, it had been 2-0 fastball, and Anthony was on it. He fouled it off. You said in on the hands, and then expecting another, and so he's out in front of that breaking ball. Now 2-2.
Wrigley is alive. 2-2, the pitch is high, fastball. He's never in a rush, it seems, Roman Anthony. Not many of these Red Sox hitters have seen this left-hander. Imanaga, the pitch to Anthony. Swing and a miss, he got him. Slider way outside, he swung on it and missed it, and the Red Sox waste the leadoff Refsnyder double. Brayan Bello to the mound after this. No score. Cubs coming up on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew, give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the bottom of the first, we go. The Red Sox and the Cubs. Michael Busch and Kyle Tucker and Seiya Suzuki. And the Herb Chambers batting order. The Red Sox wasted a leadoff double in the first. Now here is Bello, who's really been one of the great pitchers in the game for the last month. His 16th start, 6-3 with a 3.14 ERA, but that does not tell the whole story. He is re-emerging. A high drive into left field. Back on it goes Refsnyder. It's at the wall, and it is gone. Leadoff homer. The Cubs strike again in the first inning. And it is 1-0 Chicago.
Man, that hurts. That sequence of events to get the leadoff double from Rob Refsnyder and then go ground out, strikeout, strikeout to leave Refsnyder at third in the top of the first, and then first pitch. And Michael Busch goes deep oppo, and similar to a rocky start for Giolito to begin yesterday's game, and this begins similarly for Bello.
Well, we saw it yesterday. These Cubs looking to swing early. They're trying to sneak fastballs by him. They're ready to go. Here now, Kyle Tucker. And a warning from the home plate umpire, Ryan Wills, about eye contact. This is a big spot now for Bello. I mean, the Red Sox dropped the opener here. This Cubs team is absolutely rolling. His emotions have been much more in check of late. His last two starts, 15 in the third innings, 3 runs, 11 hits. Did not allow a homer his last time out. Took a game into the ninth inning, a complete game 2 starts ago against Colorado before the 2-run homer. Here is Tucker, who takes a ball down and in. I mean, we've so long advocated for Bello to throw fastballs, and that sinker and the 4-seamer have been great. That one, though, laid right in there, and it was absolutely torched. Over the ivy, over the basket, and it's 1-0 immediately. There's a fastball here. Good sinker on the outside corner. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and you made the point about early aggressive swings from the Cubs, and that's what Suzuki did, and that's what Alex Cora said to you pregame, is they weren't maybe expecting that much aggressiveness from Seiya Suzuki.
1-1 to Kyle Tucker, who's got 17 homers. The pitch is outside. He's got the most unique setup and swing I can think of in the game, does Tucker. I mean, he's just an elite player. He sort of extends his hands, then has an ability to keep them inside his body and launch. Made a great sliding play in right field last night. 2 balls and a strike to him. And he takes a ball down and in. I think that was a cut fastball, which has been such a weapon for Bello. But it missed, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, it's not the overly high hands of Kevin Youkilis, but they're up there, and they're circling for Kyle Tucker. It's kind of Kevin Biggio-like in the box as well.
It's almost like he pushes them away from his body before swinging. Run in for the Cubs right away. The 3-1 is driven high and deep. It's 2-0 Cubs. This thing is absolutely launched. Back-to-back solo homers and a nightmare start for Bello at Wrigley.
That hurts. It's a couple of four-seam fastballs, and he had thrown earlier in the at-bat. There's another one there to Kyle Tucker. It is middle, and it is absolutely crushed, like you said, to right field. And, man, we said it to begin this game. First inning is so important with these left-handed hitters at the top. You got to come out and set the tone. And this is 2 games in a row the Red Sox have not.
Not even a little bit. Here's Seiya Suzuki, right-handed hitter. He takes a ball outside. That's that four-seamer that has been a weapon for him. But when Bello misses in the middle of the zone with a four-seam fastball, it gets hammered, as it did there by Tucker. So just like that, 2-0 Cubs. Here's Suzuki looking at a pitch outside. Slider and missed, and it's 2-0.
Bello had given up 2 home runs total his last 4 starts. 2 batters, 2 home runs here at Wrigley.
Some of these, the first games after the break do feel like opening day, the 2-0. Swing and a miss. And Giolito said that after the game yesterday. He hates extra days off. And it's not excuse making, but I think it is a reality for these Red Sox players. They were in such a groove, everybody dialed in. It can be a little jarring to take time off and get back in the groove. The 2-1 is a strike at the top of the zone. Fastball. Cubs fans didn't think so, but it was. Yeah, it's 2-2. So homers from Bush and Tucker. They're 20th and 18th, respectively. I mean, this Cubs team is an absolute juggernaut right now. The 2-2 is a ball. There's a changeup, which has been a better pitch for Bello. Still 89 miles an hour, not quite the velocity when it was such a weapon for him. Feels like he needs an out in the worst possible way. 3-2, the pitch. High fly into center field. Saban appears to have room in front of the warning track, about 5 feet in front. Now drifting onto the dirt. He's there to make the play. And Bello can breathe. There's one away.
And the other thing about tonight, too, is very humid. And the wind direction a lot different than it was yesterday. Wind was blowing in yesterday. I think there were gusts up to 21 miles an hour. This is a very different feel already so far in this one. We knew that one wasn't going out, but it still carried a little bit farther than you thought it would.
So we could buckle our seatbelts maybe a little bit tonight at Wrigley. The Red Sox have been going. Maybe this could be one of those 12-10 games. 2-0 Cubs, 1 down. Here's a swing and a miss by Pete Crow Armstrong. Well, they are ready early in this game are the Cubs. That was really good changeup, and its own one.
And I think good to see that Bello, 4th batter in. He's already thinking differently. First pitch changeup.
Bregman way in at third. The pitch is chopped foul. And that tells you a lot about Pete Crow Armstrong. I mean, this is a guy comes in with 25 homers and 71 driven in. But he can fly. And Bregman respecting the possibility of a bunt in, now way back with an 0-2 count. 1 down, 2 in for the Cubs in the first. Bello throws, and a fastball misses high. Good location there, up and in. It is 1-2. Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, $50 to the Jimmy Fund. 1-2 is swung on and missed. There we go. Good stuff there by Bello. Heater up at the top of the zone. 96. Yeah, they're Two away. First strikeout brought to you by Weichert Realtors. When you hire a Weichert agent, you can be sure you got a partner that'll guide you every step of the way. Weichert. Dream, move, home. Fox has a graphic up that does not make me all that happy. The Cubs are 40-7 when they score first this year. Here is Ian Happ, left-hander, who takes a pitch 97 at the belt buckle inside for ball one.
We are displeased to see that, but we saw it play out yesterday. Like, this is kind of the Cubs' recipe. They got big bats, especially the top four in the lineup, and really good pitching.
2 down, 2 in. The pitch. Chopper toward first and foul. I think you and I both felt this coming into this series. I mean, yesterday was different. As you said, the wind was blowing in. Tonight, different. I mean, it's launched out to right. The Red Sox are going to need to hit and score to win these next two. They trail 2-0 in the first. Ian Happ with 12 homers. Doubled yesterday into the Ivy. The pitch dropped by Wong. That was weird. That was a two-seam fastball that he just clanked. Might have hit him on the right knee, too. By the way, that movement might have even been a changeup from Bello. His stuff is working now after the solo homers.
Yeah, that was like a 90-mile-an-hour changeup from Bello.
2-1. Bregman in on the grass. Everybody else backed up the pitch. Swinging a chopper on the right side. Toro's going to field it. Bello's got to hurry to get over. He does, and Toro flips it to him in time. The inning is over. However, a couple solo homers to begin things. Cubs 2, Sox nothing. Red Sox will have Story, Cedon, and Massa after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story to lead it off for the Red Sox as we go to the top of the second. 2-0 Cubs. Herb Chambers' batting order in this inning brought to you by Herb Chambers, Porsche Boston and Porsche Burlington. It'll be Story, Rafaela, and Yoshida. It's amazing that these clubs have not met in the World Series in 107 years. 1918, the Sox, in the Babe Ruth era, beat the Cubs 4-2. And as we said yesterday, how wonderful it would be if these two storied franchises, so many similarities, locked up. Now it's game 2 of a 3-game set. In the middle of July, two hot clubs with the Cubs have jumped ahead here as Trevor Story takes a fastball inside for ball one. Trevor in the ball game yesterday, so his average dipped to 254. He's got 15 homers and 58 driven in. Pitch to him, he's swinging a foul on the first base side. Story 0 for 4. He did line out deep into right field. I thought that was one of the big plays in the game, the catch that Kyle Tucker made in the corner. Imanaga at the belt is ready. 1-1, the pitch. High drive into right field. It is a tough sky for Kyle Tucker, shielding his eyes from the sun with a bare right hand. He's there to make the play. He's gone, one down. I'm going to bring up Cedon. Shaw's and Star Market have lowered hundreds of prices on the items you buy most. Boneless chicken breast, 2-liter Coke, avocado snacks, and much more. Find lower price tags aisle after aisle. Shaws.com/lower prices. Well, my kids like most of those things. They'll eat an occasional chicken breast as Cedon swings and misses. Split finger fastball in its own one.
And after this trip, they love their Garrett's popcorn.
They do. They've got it here in the press dining room, which is awesome. 0-1. Pitch. Foul. He took a mighty rip at that one. He'd like that pitch back. 91. That was just up above the zone, and it's 0-2. You were very good. They brought a little bin of popcorn in the booth yesterday, and kernels of it were on the keyboard of your laptop. 0-2 Cedon. Imanaga throws. Rafaela swings and bloops one foul side of first. A long run over for Bush, and he's got room in front of the Red Sox dugout. And they're 2 away. Imanaga, he is just so tough to pick up. Saw him last year at Fenway Park. He mixes and matches. It's hard to make loud contact against this left-hander.
He's kind of just an out collector on the mound. It's not an overwhelming amount of strikeouts. Craig Counsell said pregame, he's just so good at getting people out. He just pitches. What a concept.
2 down, bases empty. Japan on Japan. Here's Massa, who takes a strike on the outside corner. I'd love to see this matchup. That looked a little bit low. I'm not sure that so far. Ryan Wills has had a great zone. 0-1 to Yoshida, the pitch. Check swing. That was a strike anyway. Fastball right there. He was awful. You have to say it in his pinch hitting opportunity yesterday. And Alex Cora said to us today, in the moment, he regretted it. He just felt like something felt off about it. Let's see if we can get it going here. But he's behind 0-2. 2 down in the second. Pitch is outside. Imanaga, like so many Japanese pitchers, has a lot of hitches and stops and starts. He brings his right leg up and just stops. 1-2 to Massa. Pitch is ripped into right field. That's a base hit. It bounces twice in front of Tucker. Massa will hold with perfect form around the first base bag. And it is a 2-out single for Yoshida. Isn't it amazing, Mike? I feel like Yoshida in that spot just felt like he was so comfortable seeing those mechanics.
I think totally that's the case with Masataka Yoshida, a guy he's probably quite familiar with in Shota Imanaga, and just stayed on the breaking ball left on left, and probably part of the reason he's in there.
A lot of guys get sort of jarred by these deliveries. He does not, as Toro takes a high fastball. He was the 7th batter, by the way, Massa was. Sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. Toro batting from the right side, his weaker half. The pitch is swung on and missed. Nasty. Dove beneath the bat, a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. And that's a ball that is right in the middle of the plate. Toro missed it, and it's 1-1. Abraham said all the right things after the game yesterday. Took total fault for the base running blunder that changed the game. And here, throw to first. You wonder whether Imanaga and Yoshida have got personal history, because there is not a shot in the world that he's running right here. 1-1, swing and a miss. Man, badly missed another 91-mile-an-hour fastball. I mean, Mike, it's 91 in the middle of the plate. That tells you how uncomfortable these hitters are.
You said he's so deceptive. I mean, it's not shadows in play right now. This is just how Imanaga works.
1-2, the pitch. Toro takes a ball. Fans wanted it. That was way inside. These Wrigley fans are into it. Every pitch from the jump, they are oohing and eyeing. 2-2. 2 down with Massa at first. He's dancing around the pitch. Fouled back. He went back to that fastball to Imanaga. Toro got a little bit of it. Straight back. And it's to not expect a splitter here.
I would too. As our friend Ian Brown just tweeted, Yoshida versus Imanaga as Japan looks on at 8:30 a.m. on a Sunday.
2-2. Toro swings and rips one into center field. Sinking down. That's a hit. Yoshida will hold at second. And whether it's 8:30 or 6:30, who cares? It's a knock for the Red Sox, and they've got 2 on with 2 out for Connor Wong.
Yeah, seeing that one pretty good. That's a pitch below the zone. It's a splitter. And in that count with 2 strikes, really nice piece of hitting from Abraham Toro, and quick work for him trying to atone for yesterday and now 2-out activity.
I can relate to 8:30 a.m. sports viewing. I was dialed into the British Open this morning.
Early night. We got to be up at 6:30 to watch some golf.
Here's Connor Wong looking for his first extra base hit. He swings and fouls it back. Connor, real rut offensively. $149. No homers, 1 driven in. And boy, what a spot this would be for him to break out. He's in the 9-hole. Ref Snyder on deck. 0-1. 2 on, 2 out the pitch. Swinging a high fly into right center field and hangs up. Tucker and Crow Armstrong come together, and Connor Wong just continues to struggle. He is gone, and so are the Red Sox. We go to the bottom of the second, 2-0 Cubs. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Dansby Swanson to lead it off against the Red Sox, and Brayan Bello as we go into the second inning. It's 2-0 Chicago. Back-to-back solo homers from Bush and Tucker. Get you caught up on the Subaru of New England scoreboard when we get the chance. Make it a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Blue Jays beat the Giants again. They are a juggernaut right now. Where are the Jays? Here's Swanson. Right-handed hitter, longtime Brave. Takes a pitch outside for ball 1. He's got one of the great Twitter handles in the world, does Swanson. Lieutenant Dansby. Good sense of humor. Married to Mallory Rubin, the longtime U.S. women's national team soccer player. Seems like a delightful guy. As a pitch clips the outside corner from Bello to Swanson, and it's 1-1.
Son, the big deal here. Some similarities to Trevor's story. Accomplished so much in the National League at one place, and then that year of the shortstop, that class of shortstops over a few years, cash in with a big contract.
Here's a foul back to the screen. I guess her name was actually Mallory Pugh before she married Dansby. Either way,
we do love the ringer. We love Mallory Rubin as well.
She's awesome on all those rewatchables.
Yeah. All the good shows.
They've come to Chicago to do a live show reviewing The Fugitive, which was an awesome episode. 1-2 to Swanson. Pitch. He takes outside. Speaking of great Twitter handles, Adam Wainwright is here, Uncle Charlie 50, and Mike Monaco now has a best friend for life in Waino, who, by the way, is just exceptional on the telecasts with Fox. 2-2 to Swanson. Bello at the letters, he throws, and a pitch that just misses outside. Mike was at Wimbledon working with Brad Gilbert. He was talking about sort of serves that feel like curveballs. And he said, you know what a curveball is, don't you? Mike said, well, yeah, yes, dummy, I do. He said, you know, the Uncle Charlie. And Mike said, yeah, like an Adam Wainwright curveball, whose Twitter handle is Uncle Charlie 50. 3-2. The pitch is way outside. That is not good from Bello. This is the bad stuff from Brayan, who gave up back-to-back homers. That's a slider to Swanson. What has made him so good is the confidence and conviction in that two-seam fastball. He walks Swanson on a breaking ball, and it's a leadoff walk, and that'll bring up Nico Horner. Anyway, Wainwright had been watching the coverage in Wimbledon as Horner takes a strike on the outside corner. Who knew Waino was a tennis fan, but he was. And apparently he had fallen asleep, and Jake Westbrook, his former teammate with the Cardinals, longtime Cleveland pitcher, texted him and said, wake up, you won't believe what was just said. 0-1 to Horner. Drive into left field. That's a base hit on 2 hops. It's a liner for a hit, and Bello is having a real tough time here. Back-to-back knocks, and the Cubs have 2 on, nobody out. Wainwright apparently rewinded the coverage, taped it, and sent a text to your partner at the time, Brad Gilbert, and you guys played it on air. And as Wainwright said today, this is my favorite broadcaster, Mike Monaco.
Who knew Adam Wainwright? Huge tennis guy. He was telling us pregame he played growing up. Absolutely loves tennis, and he said he's trying to get really good at it right now. He's still working through some shoulder things, but he wants to be like an elite, I guess, recreational, or maybe he belongs to a club, tennis player.
You know he will be. My brother's played golf with him. Apparently he's a scratch golfer, great pitcher.
Okay, I like him last.
One of those really annoying players. Here's Reese McGuire trying to build this Cubs lead. He swings and misses. A good cut fastball from Bello, and it's 0-1. This is crunch time for Bello right here. I mean, back-to-back solo homers in the first. Now the Cubs, a walk and a single. 2 on, none out. McGuire's got 5 homers and 10 driven in. The pitch in the dirt. I mean, that's that overthrown slider from Bello. And he was in such a groove going into the All-Star break, was Bello. Looked like himself again. But this looks so much like the April and May Bello. Just out of sorts, body language not great, and missing badly. 1-1, huge spot here. 2 on, none out. Pitch, liner foul, third base side. I mean, Bello had not allowed more than 2 runs in his last 3 starts, and that was a span of 20 1/3 innings in which he only allowed 12 hits. One of the great pitchers in the sport for a month plus. 1-2 inside.
He's been throwing so many strikes, and that's been a big part of it. Alex Cora talks about the fastball command, but as that fastball missed inside at 97, I don't think we've seen quite the strike throwing that he's had these last 7 quality starts.
No, and he has not leaned on the sinker, which he needs to. 2-2 pitch. There it is. It misses. That looked like a changeup, and it was. This is crazy. I mean, it's Bello and Wong. They've worked together. And maybe he's a little spooked by the homers that began the game, but this is not the version of Bello that you want. It just isn't. He's got to attack hitters. 3-2. 2 on, none out. The pitch is a ground ball up the middle. It's backhanded by Romy. He flips to second for 1. Story throws to first. Not in time. It was a tough turn there because of how far Gonzalez had to go to his second. What a concept. Throw a strike with a fastball, get a ground ball. Here's 1 down with runners at the corners. And here's Vidal Brujan.
Off the bat, you would have loved to there, but yeah, just too hard to turn for Romy, who's looking up at the replay of it on the video board in left center. Not going to be able to do it there, even against McGuire, their catcher. But now if you're Bello, you would love another ground ball right here.
Ruhan, the longtime Ray, $184. No power at all. You wonder about small ball here from the Cubs. Would they think about some kind of squeeze play? The pitch is high in the air, foul down the left side. Refsnyder is actually in fair territory. He makes the play. The runner's tagging. Throw comes home, and it is not in time. It's a slide head first for Dansby Swanson. A sac fly into really shallow left field. Came back into play, and it's 3-0 Cubs.
It did come back into play. You mentioned the wind blowing left to right, so that one kept it in play for Rob Refsnyder, who lined it up. Made a throw that just bounced a couple of times to the left of Connor Wong, sizing it up, coming down the third base line. He just had to reach too far over, trying to apply that tag on a head-first diving Swanson.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, after first and second, nobody out. If you told the Red Sox and Bay to just allow one run, they'd take it. But given how shallow that was that's disappointing. Here now, Michael Busch, who homered to begin the first inning. 3-0 Cubs, the pitch, swinging a foul. On the first base side, I mean, the Red Sox battled yesterday. They fell behind 3-0 in the first inning, just as they are now in the second. They had real chances. Didn't quite cash them in. That's just great base running by Dansby Swanson at third. Quentin Berry is over there, their third base coach. The pitch is a little bit high to Michael Busch. He was aggressive, just like Alex Cora's brother Joey is. Why not push the envelope? Quentin, the incredible pinch running substitute in the 2013 run for the Red Sox. 1-1, the pitch is a strike on the inside corner. One and two. Busch is complaining about that. So is Craig Counsell. That looked like it clipped the corner.
I thought so as well. I mean, it was a cutter up. It's not a place you want to live if you're Brayan Bello, but it was a strike.
1-2, 3-0 Cubs. Reese McGuire at first. Bello sets. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Really good slider there. And the inning is over. The Cubs, for the second straight inning, get the first two on. And they get a run in after two. 3-0 Cubbies. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation serves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Feels like the Red Sox could really use a little rally here offensively. They'll have the top of the order Refsnyder, Bregman, and Romy against Imanaga. It is 3-0 Chicago. And a man who feels right at home back in Chicago for the play-by-play. Here's Mike Monaco.
Will, thank you. It's great to call this place home for 5 years. Happy to be back in Boston now, but it's nice to return here in the summer.
You had some good times, didn't you?
We did. This was an awesome place to live, and you and I are eyeballing our Pequod's Pizza postgame already. See what the Sox can do. Really important inning indeed, down 3-0, top of the third. Second time through the lineup, Rob Refsnyder takes the first pitch. Up high, ball one from Shota Imanaga. Rob smashed a double at 112 miles an hour off his bat to begin this ball game. Hardest hit baseball for Ref all season. Here's the kick and the 1-0. Refsnyder swings and misses. Good splitter down, and it's a ball and a strike on Ref.
Really? How hard did he hit it?
112, just pounded. Hasn't had a ball quite like that this year. He's in the leadoff spot. Romy Gonzalez bats third for the Red Sox in this Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Infinity Westboro. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Refsnyder takes a breaking ball that curls in for a strike, and it's 1-2. Alex Cora talked pregame about having Refsnyder and Romy Gonzalez in the lineup. He said everyone knows what they do best. They hit lefties. And so Rob first, Romy third. 1-2. Refsnyder swings and misses and strikes out on a splitter down. Third strikeout for Shota Imanaga. It's his second one with that splitter, and there's one gone here in the top of the third. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
First pitch to Alex Bregman is swung on and lifted to left, and Ian Hapko sent in to make the catch. And on one pitch to Bregman, he flies out to left, and there's two down quickly for the Red Sox against Shota Imanaga. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. So bases empty, 2 outs. Red Sox down 3-0 at Wrigley. And the batter is Romy Gonzalez, lefty to righty. Romy struck out his first time. The first pitch here is looped in and misses, ball one.
First of all, Romy's going to go deep today. Second of all, did you go to a lot of clubs in your 5 years in Chicago?
Can't say I did. Not necessarily my scene. I'm sure you'll be shocked to know. They do have Club Tau here in Chicago.
Yeah.
1-0 is swung on and popped up foul. First base seats 1-1 on Romy.
That's just a couple blocks from our hotel, actually. I mean, I've been there in Vegas. Great place. I was really surprised to see that here.
They've got Soho House here. It's like a fancy upscale. It's like the Quinn in Boston.
Yeah.
Only went there once for lunch. That's about it. Base is empty, 2 outs, 1-1. Romy swings and misses. Good splitter there, and it's 1-2 from Imanaga. Time for the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive, and today's question at Sox Booth on Twitter. We'll get into this later. Which of these rental pitchers would you most like to have? Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly of Arizona, Charlie Morton, or Adrian Hauser? Imanaga kicks, hesitates, and a 1-2. Swing and a miss. Romy strikes out. Couple Ks in the inning. Bookend a 1-2-3 for Shota Imanaga. The Japanese lefty looks locked in his second time through. Middle of the third at Wrigley, and the Red Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, We're here for it.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEI.
Concert going, Alex Cora and the Red Sox. 2 games now out of the All-Star break as we go to the bottom of the third at Wrigley in Chicago, and the Red Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 with 2, 3, and 4 coming up for Chicago in the Herb Chambers batting order against Brayan Bello.
Feels like he's falling in love.
Alex Cora was at Gillette for the famous now Coldplay concert. Here's Kyle Tucker, who homered in the first off Brayan Bello. Out of the short windup first pitch is up and away, ball 1.
We're going to be in Philly starting Monday. And the Philly Fanatic, no disrespect to Wally and Tessie, they're awesome. Philly Fanatic is the best mascot in sports.
Was absolutely hilarious yesterday. Bello long hold in the 1-0. Tucker takes ball 2, 2-0.
People know the story by now, but the Phillies did a Coldplay kiss cam, and they closed with the Philly Fanatic, and I guess his sister or whatever,
ducking out of the way and like redoing it too. Just phenomenal. Bello's 2-0. Tucker swings and rolls it on the ground at second, and Romy Gonzalez crouches down, gloves rises, throws out Tucker, and there's one away to begin the bottom of the third.
I guess you and I have a cheesesteak date sometime. Delisandro's, is that what it's called?
That's the place. Everyone talks about, what is it, Pat's or Geno's?
Yeah.
Those are the two. And, yeah, Delisandro's is the way to go in Philly. I had it once. It's like 20 minutes outside of downtown.
We're in.
But you got to do it. We were hoping for a delivery to the ballpark, but it sounds like we don't have that coming, at least yet. 1 out, base is empty here. Seiya Suzuki in the first pitch is in for strike 1 from Brayan Bello. Red Sox down 3-0 against the Cubs.
Did you have high tea in London?
I did not do much tea. I like some decaf green tea, but I'm not like an English breakfast tea guy. 0-1. Suzuki swings and fouls it back, and it's 0-2. What about you? Tea guy?
More coffee than tea.
Yeah.
They do tea so well there that I do drink it. And there is at the Ritz-Carlton, which is just so hoity-toity and embarrassingly highbrow.
Nice.
They have these cucumber sandwiches and all this stuff. You pay like $200 to sit there and get like tiny little sandwiches and tea with a guy playing the piano. But it is worth it.
Portions are very different in Europe.
Yeah, that's why they're all skinny.
Yes. They walk a lot, too. Base is empty, 1 out, the 0-2. Suzuki swings and floats one in the air to right center. Roman Anthony comes over from right, calls off Cedon and makes the catch, and there's 2 away for Brayan Bello here in the last of the third.
So I would imagine doing all those matches, you have to kind of stay out by Wimbledon, right? I mean, it's not right downtown at all.
No, you're not in central London. We stayed in the Village, or just up the hill from the Village, and from where my hotel was, it's a 20-minute walk down a hill to the grounds, as they say.
Beautiful.
The All England Club. The All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club.
That's awesome.
Can't forget about croquet. Here at Wrigley on the beautiful manicured grass with the ivy here. This is swung on and line. Down the right field line. Fair ball from Pete Crow Armstrong. Caroms off the sidewall as Anthony collects and fires in to keep Crow Armstrong to a 2-out single here in the last of the third inning.
Why didn't you get to go with Jeff Darlington to have the Pims and lemonade and strawberry with cream?
Yeah, that was awesome. Jeff Darlington, known for his NFL reporting at ESPN, new part of our Wimbledon coverage. He did like a fan experience behind the scenes and got to do it all. Taste the Pims.
He also was
pounds for Pims, by the way.
Yes, he was also in a car with my brother last year when Scotty Scheffler got pulled over at the PGA.
First thing I asked was, tell me the whole story. Here's Ian Happ, switch hitter from the left side. The first pitch is swung on a pop foul. Third base side, 0-1. Red Sox down 3-0 to the Cubs here in the last of the third. We remind you, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Red Sox, providing first aid at Fenway and supporting Red Sox scholars. Learn more at bidsc.org. No arrests here up in the booth, at least yet, in Wrigley.
Give us some time.
0-1 is up and away. A ball and a strike on Happ, who rolled out to first his first time.
So 12 pounds?
It's like 17 U.S. American dollars.
Nothing for you with your ESPN bucks.
Per diem doesn't travel as far as it used to. Man at first. 2 outs in the third. The pitch is outside. Runner goes. Wong's throw is not in time to get Pete Crow Armstrong. Well, you said it earlier. This guy can really run. Already a 25 guy coming out of the All-Star break. And on the move there with 2 outs. He's into scoring position for Chicago. A real young talent in this game. And now it's 2-1 as well on Ian Happ. This is what the Cubs offense can do. Home runs and then some athleticism as well. Bello works out of the stretch. Chest high set in the 2-1. Happ swings and fouls it back. 2-2. Bello needs a 0 here. Gave up the 2 home runs back-to-back to begin his ball game in the bottom of the first. Then put the first 2 guys on in the second. The sac fly scored Dansby Swanson. And the Red Sox are down by 3 after dropping the opener yesterday 4-1. Man at second, 2 outs. Brayan Bello with a 2-2. That's down and in. It's a full count on Ian Happ.
You did a semifinal men's match on center court, did you not?
Quarterfinals, but
still, that had to be.
Let's not parse words. It was unbelievable. So on center court, which the tennis heads would say the most famous court in tennis, you're in this bunker. It's in the corner off one of the baselines, and the player boxes are right above you. So they keep looking over in your direction. It's incredible. Man at second, 2 outs, 3-2. Happ swings and lines one to second right at Romy Gonzalez, who makes the catch down to a knee on a line to end the inning. Bello does post the 0, leaves a man at second, and we are through 3 at Wrigley. To the 4th inning after this, the Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that more projects mean more tools. For a limited time, new and existing MyLowe's Rewards credit card members can get 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more, in-store and online. Don't wait to get the things you need. Get special financing today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Now through August 27th, choose 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays, 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The 4th inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That is Cars with a K. With Will Fleming, Mike Monaco with you as we do start the top of the 4th, and the Red Sox trailing the Cubs 3-0. Roman Anthony leads off left on left against Shota Imanaga. And the lefty's first pitch is on the upper outside part of the plate for strike 1. So 4, 5, and 6 in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Lincoln of Norwood and Westboro. Roman Anthony ran it full and struck out his first time. The 0-1 is down and in. A ball and a strike from Imanaga. We were talking cheesesteaks when we get to Philly in a few days. We just heard from Steve on Twitter. He said Jim's on corner of 4th and South we got to try.
Oh, yeah. Jim's is awesome.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Roman lays off a breaking ball down and away, 2-1.
With or without? You going to get the whiz or not? We'll see.
The more cheese, the better, right? Just load it up.
Citizens Bank is awesome. The Phillies are a great team. Should be fun.
Here comes the 2-1. Anthony takes down 3-1. You got heavy arms coming at the Red Sox. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It is not going to get any easier for this Red Sox offense. Luzardo and Sanchez and Wheeler. The pitch. That's just outside ball 4 on a 3-1 to Roman Anthony. Good take off the edge on a fastball. And a 5-pitch walk to get Roman Anthony aboard to begin this 4th inning for the Red Sox.
He's ridiculous. He just is. I mean, that walk tendency is always going to be there. I think the power is going to grow and grow. You just love to chip your way back into this game right now.
Well, here's Trevor's story with Roman aboard and nobody out. Red Sox down by 3. First pitch is cut on and missed. The Story is out ahead of the off-speed from Imanaga.
It's fun to watch this guy pitch. I mean, he just mixes and matches in ways that hitters are not ready for.
It is so impressive. It's basically a 2-pitch mix, too, like we talked about off the top. The 0-1. Story takes inside, a ball and a strike.
But, I think he picks the perfect time for breaking stuff, where guys are just not thinking that at all.
It's what you said. He struck out Roman Anthony on back in the 1st inning with a well-timed sweeper. 3-2, down and away, got the chase. The 1-1. Story swings and skies this one deep and right in the corner. Tucker bolts back toward the line, and this one leaks foul into the seats. With the wind pushing it that way, foul ball makes it 1-2 on Trevor Story.
It's interesting, Tucker made the great play on that slide in right field on Story yesterday. I think Trevor's just a little tardy on the fastball right now. When he was great and rolling and carrying this offense, he was on every fastball up the middle and into right center field.
That was such a big part of this turnaround for Trevor Story. I said it yesterday, but since the start of June, his OPS is right around 880. And Alex Cora's talked about it. At one point, you didn't know if it was going to happen for Story. He bats here in the 4th. The Red Sox down 3-0. And at first, nobody out, 1-2. Story swings and misses and strikes out on a good splitter from Shota Imanaga. Another K, his 5th. Another one with that splitter. And there's one away. Coming up on the 110th pitch, brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill is proud to be an official partner of the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now Cedar Rafaela, who popped to first his first time. First pitch, he swings and he pops this one up outside of the first base bag. Michael Busch gets over toward the Sox dugout. It hangs up and he makes the catch for out number 2. So Cedar set down on 1 pitch, and just like that, after the leadoff walk from Roman Anthony, there's 2 away for the Red Sox in the 4th.
Twice. I mean, that just tells you how good this guy Imanaga has been. These guys are just off balance. 2 foul outs to first, and even now, this is the guy who sees him best in Yoshida.
Who singled to the pull side his first time in the 2nd on a breaking ball. Red Sox down 3-0 in the 4th with 2 outs, another left on left, and 2 natives of Japan. Waist high set for Shota Imanaga in the first pitch. Yoshida takes inside ball 1. So happy to have Masa back in that wonderful running form we all love. The pretty baggy pants. In the left-hand box as well. Important bat to have back for the Red Sox.
He sort of dropped the belt buckle below the belly button last year. I did not like it at all.
Pitch drops in for a strike. 1-1 on Yoshi.
Be you. He's got it jacked up again. It's awesome.
Be
he is
yourself.
Beloved in that clubhouse.
It's good to have him back. Anthony at first. The pitch swung on and rolled on 1 hop to second. Gloved by Nico Horner. Flips to the bag. Swatson late covering, but he got there in time for the force on Anthony to end the inning. Hot shot, but it ends the frame for the Red Sox in the top of the 4th. Horner smiling as he comes off the field, and we go to the bottom of the 4th. Next from Wrigley. Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that more projects mean more tools. For a limited time, new and existing MyLowe's Rewards credit card members can get 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more, in-store and online. Don't wait to get the things you need. Get special financing today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Now through August 27th, choose 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Brayan Bello gets ready for the bottom of the fourth at Wrigley Field with the Red Sox down 3-0 against the Cubs. Glorious Saturday night, just past 7 o'clock local time here in the Central Time Zone in Chicago, where it is packed again. Awesome crowd, hot ticket yesterday for day baseball, and then somewhat rare Saturday night game here at Wrigley. Dansby Swanson leads off in this fourth, and Bello's first pitch is cut on and missed. A fastball that ties up Swanson, 0-1. Time now for our league leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James. Cubs now have the best record in the National League, a half game ahead of the Dodgers after Cubs beat the Sox yesterday. 0-1 is outside, breaking ball there from Bello, and it's 1-1. 58-39 for Chicago. Half game ahead of the Dodgers at 58-40. Then the Brewers the next best in the NL, a game behind the Cubs. Here comes the 1-1. Swanson swings and misses. Good off-speed pitch from Bello, and it's 1-2. Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Bottom of the fourth, and the Red Sox trail the Cubs 3-0. Swanson walked to lead off the second against Bello and came around to score on that sac fly. The 1-2 is high. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Brayan Bello. You know, if you look at Brayan Bello's season, one of the big changes he's made is he is pitching exclusively out of the stretch. In times like now, nobody on to begin an inning included in that. Here comes his 2-2. Swing and a miss. He gets Swanson to chase over a pitch down in the zone. Very nice from Brayan Bello with a cutter buried. It's his third strikeout, and there's one away in the bottom of the fourth. Earlier this year, if you look at the footage of Brayan Bello, he had kind of that abbreviated windup that so many guys nowadays use. The likes of David Price, one of the first ones who brought it in vogue. Nico Horner's the batter in the right-hand box, and the first pitch is in for strike one. But now it's just very simple from Brayan Bello. He's talked about this the other day with Chris Smith of Mass Live. And Brian has said that has really helped his strike throwing, which is probably, he thinks, the biggest change in his season. The 0-1. Horner swings and rolls it foul, third base side off the netting. And it's 0-2. Brayan Bello said that he felt like from the stretch that he was able to command his pitches better. And so why not do that even when nobody's on? So it doesn't mean I'm going to do this for the rest of my career, but it is something Bello's going to do the rest of this season. Said maybe in the offseason you tweak it, try to go back to some sort of a windup, but for now he is all stretch. 1 out, no one on, 0-2. Horner takes down and away on the breaking ball. Red Sox down 3-0 last of the fourth. Teo trying to settle in. Gave up those 2 home runs to the first 2 batters he faced tonight. There with the chest high set in the 1-2. Horner takes way outside, 2-2. And so you want Brayan Bello to rein it in and kind of grind through today the way Lucas Giolito did for the Red Sox yesterday. And he gave the Red Sox a chance. They had that opportunity with 2 aboard, nobody out for Alex Bregman yesterday in the 5th. Then at the corners for Roman Anthony in the 7th. Right now here in the 4th. 2-2. Horner swings and hits it on one hop to third. Caroms off the glove of Bregman, who rises but does not throw. Bregman had to slide toward the line to his right. Hop got on him quickly from Horner. And Nico Horner gets aboard with a 1-out infield single here in the last of the 4th inning. And so Giolito really grinded through and gave the Red Sox a chance, even though Giolito didn't feel like he was at his best mechanically. Didn't feel like he fared well with the long layoff, even though he wasn't making excuses out of the All-Star break. And now Bello's got a fight in this one as well. Sox down 3-0. Here's former Sox catcher Reese McGuire in the left-hand box. First pitch, he swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Bello buries a cutter there near the back foot of the left-hand hitting catcher, who ran it full his first time before he rolled the ground ball to second. Bello straightens up in the gray road uniform, the 0-1. McGuire swings and he fouls it straight back to the screen, and it's 0-2. Just a perfect night for baseball here at Wrigley. There was a breeze earlier. Right now, all the flags and the pennants of all the National League teams above the manual scoreboard in center, they lie limp on a warm and humid night. Fans ambling through the concourse, royal blue everywhere, with some Red Sox red sprinkled in, as always, when the Red Sox are on the road. Cubs 3, Sox 0, last of the 4th inning. 1 out, 1 on, and Brayan Bello's ready. With an 0-2 pitch, McGuire swings and he pops this one up, shallow left field. Bregman from third goes out, and he makes a one-hand hat-high catch for out number 2. So Bello handles the 8-hitter McGuire and is trying to post back-to-back zeros. Sox had the pitching lined up the way they want out of the All-Star break. We mentioned Giolito yesterday, Bello today, and then All-Star Garrett Crochet, everyone's ace tomorrow in the finale. Here's Vidal Brujan in the 9th spot, and the first pitch soars up and away, ball 1. Switch hitter from the left side, Brujan, who had sac fly to left his first time in the 2nd. Crochet pushed back a little bit for the Red Sox just to give him a little more rest with the workload as large as anyone's in the sport. Leads baseball in innings, the 1-0. Swinging a little roller towards second at Romy Gonzalez, who crouches down, gloves and sidearms to first to retire Brujan and end the inning. Another 0 for Brayan Bello, and we are through 4 at gorgeous Wrigley Field. Go to the 5th inning, and the Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that more projects mean more tools. For a limited time, new and existing MyLowe's Rewards credit card members can get 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more, in-store and online. Don't wait to get the things you need. Get special financing today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Now through August 27th, choose 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, have an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We go to the top of the fifth inning. Red Sox trailing the Cubs 3-0. It'll be Abraham Toro, Connor Wong, and then Rob Refsnyder in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers Infinity of Westboro as Toro takes fastball a little bit high. And it's 1-0. It is an unlikely spot to spark a rally for the Red Sox. 8-9-1, but offense has not done much. Love to get something going here as Toro fouls one back to the screen, and it's 1-1. We talked about the parallels between these franchises, Red Sox and Cubs. Old-timey neighborhood ballparks, great fan bases. 1 to Toro, the pitch. Popped up foul on the first base side. It will make the seats over the Red Sox dugout out of play, and it's 1-2. Just taking a little spin around this place. I've been here as a fan a number of times, like you, Mike, been in the bleachers, but one of the really cool things they do, there are obstructed views here, like at Fenway with the overhanging upper deck. They got old-timey scoreboards that tell you the balls, the strikes, the outs. Toro pops one high into right field. Tucker about 10 feet in front of the warning track. Squares up, reaches up, and makes the play. And Imanaga's roll continues. There's one down.
It is such a cool ballpark in just about every way. And when I lived here, I sat in a bunch of different seats around this place. You can find good tickets. Not the cheapest ones, but even bad seats, you know, the cheaper tickets are awesome vantage points here.
Here's Connor Wong, who is just in an enormous rut offensively. Right-handed hitter. Imanaga throws, and Connor takes a strike on the outside corner. And in a world that changes so fast and so much, and where everything feels fleeting and temporary, there's something really grounding about being in a place like this. And like Fenway, the 0-1 to Connor has popped up on the infield. Bruhan, the third baseman behind the mound, is there to make the play, and they're 2 down. There's just no other way to slice it. Connor Wong's career is in the balance. I mean, he is just not doing enough offensively. It's not easy to play every 1 or 2 days a week, but he is just not hitting at all. And that forces, I think, the Red Sox hands because of how good Carlos Narvaez has been. This team has playoff aspirations. Here's Rob Refsnyder, who doubled to begin the game and was stranded there. He struck out in the third. He's 1 for 2, and he takes a fastball outside ball 1. It's not a commentary on what Connor can be or has been, but for this team right now, they need more. The 1-0 to Refsnyder swung on and missed. It is such an important job to be the backup catcher. Connor was not going to be that to start the year, but they need so much more, especially at the plate from him, as Refsnyder chops one foul outside of third, and it's 1-2.
Lost somewhat in the Narvaez emergence is it is pretty confounding, like what's happened to Wong offensively. It came up earlier with 2 aboard. 29 at-bats this year with runners in scoring position. Doesn't have a hit with a runner in scoring position this year. Still looking for that first extra base hit.
1-2 to Rob. 2 down in the 5th. 3-0 Cubs. Pitch is popped up. Foul of first. Bush, a long run toward the tarp on the first base side. He runs out of room. I mean, if this isn't an indication of how good Imanaga has been, so many just weak pop-ups. These hitters are off balance. And now, I think the Red Sox, with Imanaga throwing 67 pitches, would love to just make him work a little more. Get him up in the pitch count. Chase him out of this game. He's been just that good. 1-2 to Rob with Bregman on deck. pitch is fouled straight back. I probably overstated it. It's not that Connor Wong's career is on the line, but I do think his spot as the regular backup catcher to Connor Wong, to Carlos Narvaez, absolutely is. I mean, this team is looking for more than that. The 1-2 is outside and high. Fastball. Actually, a slider from Imanaga, and it's 2-2. I mean, it's a testament to how good Narvaez has been. It's so hard if you're a guy like Wong, who's used to playing every day, to do it like this. The 2-2 is low. Good take from Rob. And it's 3-2. Not everybody can do it. And I mean, listen, Connor, his high school and college career, mostly as an infielder, started catching in high school and into college. Red Sox really love the ability, the framing, the defensive stuff, which has been better this year. The 3-2 to Rob is popped up. Foul side of third, into the seats, and out of play. And backing up as a catcher is not for everybody. It's not easy to do, to play once a week or twice a week. And clearly, right now, Wong is just not really taken to that job. But you can't have a guy in your lineup who just doesn't produce. Here's the 3-2 to Rob. Another foul. As we said it, you want to test Imanaga here. This is a great at-bat from Ref Snyder.
This is awesome and much needed after a couple of quick outs to begin this inning. To run it up now with 5 foul balls from Rob Refsnyder. This will be the 10th pitch of the plate appearance.
3-2, 2 down, bases empty. The pitch is popped up. Again on the foul side of first. Bush appears to have room. Out comes the catcher. McGuire, and the first baseman makes the play. How many games do you see where 3 times does the first baseman make a play in foul territory? That's how good Imanaga has been. 3-0 Cubs. Bottom 5 next. The Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that more projects mean more tools. For a limited time, new and existing MyLowe's Rewards credit card members can get 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more, in-store and online. Don't wait to get the things you need. Get special financing today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Now through August 27th, choose 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because running your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Important half inning for Brayan Bello as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's 3-0 Chicago. Michael Busch, the leadoff man, who homered to begin the bottom of the 1st, leads off. 20th home run of the year. Code word of the game, by the way, Chicago Cubs melded into one, entered in the member portal today. Busch bloops one into center field. That's down for a hit. A little bit off the end of the bat, he got a changeup. This is a free swinger, and for the second time, a first pitch hit for Busch. And the Cubs have the leadoff man aboard in the 5th. Bello, like Giolito yesterday, has done a nice job settling back into this game. 2 homers to begin things really jolted the Cubs. Red Sox on EEI brought to you by New England Ford dealers and the Red Sox Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on the F-Series. Official truck of the Red Sox is a slider to Kyle Tucker as a strike at the bottom of the zone, 0-1. The Red Sox on WEEI is brought to you by, I think we might need to edit that a little bit. I mean, it's a team, it's a group. 0-1 inside to Tucker.
You and I both share an affinity for grammar. You know which one I got called out for at Wimbledon, in fact? I said fellow countrymen. No, just the countryman. You don't need fellow.
Redundancy is not needed,
yes.
Michael. Adam Wainwright would have had your back there.
My guy.
He's awesome. 1-1. Bello throws to Tucker, who's going to make $500 million in the offseason. He takes a fastball up and away, and it's 2-1.
Just a little sidebar, $500 million coming your way.
Wouldn't that feel incredible? Just to know it. I still can't believe that the Astros moved this guy. The future with Jordan and this dude seems pretty bright as a pitch on the outside corner is a strike. It's hard to question anything they've done. What is it? 7, 8 straight trips to the ALCS. They're on that wagon again. But this guy feels different.
They got Cam Smith. They got Isaac Paredes and Hayden Wisniewski.
I'd rather have Tucker, the 2-2. In the dirt. Good pick there by Wong, and it's 3-2.
A really nice pick by Connor Wong with a man aboard. He had to go for that early. I mean, that changeup did not come anywhere close to even reaching home plate.
Big spot here for Bello. 3-0 Cubs. If you want to win free groceries for a year, great prizes like $500 and Shaw's gift cards. Enter the Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. 3-2 runner goes. Pitches on the ground to the right side. Romy's got it. Good decision to run there as they stay out of the double play. Bush up to second. Tucker gone at first. And they're one down for Seiya Suzuki. Spend $50. Get your code and enter. Official rules at Grand Slam Summer Sweeps.com. Quiet offensive start to the second half, as they call it, for the Red Sox tonight. 3 hits, no runs, 3-0 Cubs. Here is Suzuki, who's been sort of held quiet by Bello. He fires a slider in the outside corner for strike 1. 2 fly ball outs for Seiya. Runner at second, 1 down. 0-1. Way outside. Fastball that missed, then it's 1-1. Cubs will buy at the All-Star break. At the trade deadline, rather. Eugenio Suarez, a name they've been linked with, just like the Yankees and so many other. I think Suarez has 2 more homers tonight.
Jeez.
There's Suzuki, who misses outside, does Bello, and it's 2 balls and a strike. The Mariners had him, gave him up. Now they're thinking about trying to get him back. Just a power slugger. On the right side, plays a pretty good third base, does Suarez. 2-1. Outside, fastball 3-1.
What would you like to see the Red Sox do, deadline-wise?
Starting pitching. And it's not easy. I mean, it's the most expensive thing to get in a lot of ways. But they use some depth. 3-1 pitch. High fly in a shallow left field. Back on it goes Story. In comes Refsnyder. And Trevor camps out underneath it and makes the play. Good job by Bello. And they're 2 down. There's so many names swirling around. Joe Ryan is obviously a coveted figure as Andrew Bailey comes to the mound. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. New England Metal Roofing.com. But Cabrera with the Marlins, Keller with the Pirates, Kelly and Gallen with the D-backs. I think Craig Breslow is going to do everything he can to acquire one of those guys. During the All-Star game, Ken Rosenthal linked the Red Sox to somebody like Charlie Morton. I do think their aspiration is higher than that. I mean, Morton is a useful veteran, give you innings. No question that depth can help.
It's a 5.58 ERA for Morton.
And even if it's expensive, I do think the Red Sox know that behind Crochet, Bello, and Giolito, they could use one more. And I think the Craig Breslow doctrine is pretty clear. We might have a good team. We could be a great team for many years if we can acquire young, controllable, elite starting pitchers. That's the big spot here for Bello. Pete Crow Armstrong digs in. Runner at second with 2 down. The pitch to him misses outside. I think maybe part of that message from Andrew Bailey was don't give in here. There's no reason to. Now you got Ian Happ on deck. I know Bello is a battler. He's a competitor, but first base open, you're already trailing 3-0. Why give in to this guy who singled and struck out here? He swings and misses at a good cut fastball. Make your pitches. That was one, and it's 1-1.
I think the cutter has been really good from Bello. Like, we've seen a lot of lefties just tied up with cutters in on the hands or near the back foot.
One of those pitches that they've added to his arsenal that's really helped him. 1-1 the pitch. Low. 96 with a fastball, and it's 2-1. And I think that message from Bailey is more important when you fall behind a hitter like this. There's just no reason to give him something to hit here. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a soft ground ball to first. Very nicely done. Good change up. Toro takes it himself to the bag. Crow Armstrong slams his helmet down. Nice job by Nino. The inning is over. We go to the 6th inning. 3-0. Cubs lead the Sox. However, for Boston, it'll be Bregman, Romy, and Anthony after this in the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ice, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Beautiful night for baseball at Wrigley Field in Chicago, but the Red Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 as we go to the 6th, though the Sox do have 2, 3, and 4 coming up in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Honda of Boston, Burlington, and Seekonk. Alex Bregman, Romy Gonzalez, and Roman Anthony against Shota Imanaga, third time through the lineup. Here's Bregman, who's grounded out to first and has a fly out to left. Imanaga's first pitch is down and in, ball 1 to Bregman.
I love how you were feeling the Rolling Stones coming back in. I was too. You know, I once saw... Ooh, child. I saw Mick Jagger on Michigan Ave one time here in this great city.
When it was a strike on a fastball.
Lips out. He was kind of dancing down the road.
Everyone's out and about in Chicago,
yes,
too.
They are.
No surprise you run into some stars. Bregman leading off here in the 6th, the 1-1. Bregman takes down and in, 2-1.
Our hotel where we stay, stars do stay there. And I saw Mick Jagger, Rod Stewart. Last year, I was so bummed at myself for not talking to Kevin Nealon, who I saw in the elevator.
Stage fright? What happened? 2-1. Bregman swings and rolls it on the ground at short at Dansby Swanson, who collects near the left cleat and throws out Bregman. There's one away for the Red Sox, down 3-0 to start the sixth.
As a general thing, I like to leave people alone.
Love that.
Come on, they're in their world, they're in their lives. I don't need selfies, I don't need anything. But he kills me. I mean, he's so funny, especially the stuff he did with Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
2-2.
Here's Romy Gonzalez, one out, and the base is empty. And Imanaga's first pitch is inside ball one.
That was not me. That was either you, yourself, or the receptionist. But I think he would have liked that. You know what I mean? If you just drop something funny like that, and I regret not doing it in the moment.
I think you should have. Here's the pitch, and it's swung on and looped into right center by Romy. Kyle Tucker's in from right, and he reaches up and makes the catch. There's two out for the Red Sox quickly with no one on in the sixth.
This guy Imanaga is just really good. And it's so different than anything you normally see. I mean, I thought the Red Sox had chances and loud contact against Ray. This has been awesome from Imanaga.
It's only 79 pitches through 5 2/3. And now here's Roman Anthony, who was struck out and walked his last time leading off the fourth. Red Sox down 3-0. Lefty to lefty, first pitch, sails high, ball one. Speaking of stars, speaking of good lefties, John Lester was just... two boots down here at Wrigley, and he said on the Fox broadcast, I just want to have some cold beers and watch the game. 1-0. Roman takes high. Speaking of not wanting to be bothered.
I'd leave him alone, too. What an all-time great Red Sox pitcher he was. And what a story. I mean, he and Terry Francona, the bond they had, the cancer recovery, the no-hitter, the World Series heroism.
2-0 is a fastball in for a strike, 2-1 on Roman.
I mean, you could argue that in a lot of ways, Lester is one of the most beloved, endearing, heroic figures in the last 50 years.
So cool what he did coming back from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. 2-1. Anthony takes up high, 3-1.
And he had a lot of Andy Pettitte in him, where, like, if you had a big spot, I'm sorry to reference a Yankee pitcher, but Pettitte was just a badass in the playoffs. So was El Duque. He did that. If you needed him, and the Cubs saw that too, he was phenomenal in the biggest spots.
By the way, good Andy Pettitte little nugget for you. Anytime he'd go out to eat, any place, whether it was on the menu or not, ordered penne alla vodka. Just off menu, we're going to order it. 3-1. Anthony swings and he rolls it on the ground at first. Michael Busch backhands, runs, flips. Imanaga covers, and the inning's over. Anthony grounds out, and the Sox go down 1-2-3 in the top of the sixth. Red Sox being shut out by Shota Imanaga, down 3-0 against the Cubs at Wrigley on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ice, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks iced energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks iced energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority, the Boston Red Sox, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of WEEI and the Boston Red Sox. With Will Fleming, Mike Monaco with you from Wrigley Field, where the Red Sox trail 3-0 against the Cubs. Bottom six in the Herb Chambers batting order. It's 5, 6, and 7 for Chicago, beginning with Ian Happ. Takes the first pitch outside from Brayan Bello, ball 1. Happ's 0 for 2 with a ground out to first and a line out to second. Switch hitting outfielder. He's always been a patient bat. Bunch of walks. 3-time Gold Glover. The 1-0 is a strike on the outside part of the plate. 1-1 from Brayan Bello.
I would always, in these spots, look over at Joe Casey, and he would just be smiling because the Yankees are losing in Atlanta 5-2.
We like it. More of that. Please and thank you. The 1-1 is down. 2-1 from Bello.
Joe was with Steve Kingston in Kenny Bunk at the Clam Shack yesterday, and he asked me, would you like Steve to bring lobsters and lobster rolls to Fenway? I mean, is the Pope a White Sox fan?
Yes and yes.
Come on. Bring it, Steve. Let's go.
Bello with a long hold and his 2-1 to Happ. Swinging a foul straight back, 2-2. I've had some of that from Steve before. Lucky, should say, to get some. It's
awesome.
Good. It's so good.
He's a great Red Sox fan. So are the owners of Modern Beats down in New Haven. Good foodies. We have them deep into October.
Red Sox down 3-0 in the 6th. Brayan Bello out of the stretch with a 2-2. He swings and misses, and Happ strikes out. Really good back foot cutter again from Brayan Bello. That's been his best pitch by far today. And he's got another strikeout. That's his 4th, and there's one away in the 6th. Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Make this summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Will told you the Yankees trail the Braves. 1 out, base is empty, and here's Dansby Swanson, who swings at the first pitch and lines it into left. Right out, Rob Refsnyder makes a shoulder-high catch, and 2 quick outs for Brayan Bello here in this bottom of the 6th inning. In Texas today, the Rangers lead 4-0 against the Tigers, who, oh, by the way, are 20 games over 500. Kumar Rocker carried a no-hitter into the 6th inning. Former super talented high-end prospect. Went 6 1/3, 1 hit for the Rangers in this one.
But the Tigers, as great as they've been awful for 4 or 5 days. 1 hit, no runs. They're in a real funk as well as that team has been built, and their bullpen is totally imploded for them.
And a little bit of trouble. First pitch is in for a strike to Nico Horner. It's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles.
I mean, the good news for them is they got an 11-game lead in their division, so they're fine. But I do think they'll add bullpen big time.
And yet again, the AL Central struggles. 0-1 is down, a ball and a strike on Horner.
I think Scott Harris has done an awesome job.
Totally agree.
Building that team. With Skubal, I mean, he inherited him, but the pieces they've added, and all of a sudden Green and Keith and Torkelson have emerged. McKinstry, Carpenter.
And A.J. Hinch has managed it so well. The 1-1 is swung on and grounded to short. Trevor Story moves left. 2 hands, picks it up, and he throws out Horner at first. And the inning's over. 1-2-3 for Brayan Bello, who's done a really nice job like Giolito yesterday, just grinding through. He's through 6 of 3-run ball. But the Red Sox trail the Cubs 3-0 as we go to the 7th next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Fiscally responsible, financial genius, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it. So your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you could save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations.
Ice, energy, From Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks iced energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks iced energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Tonight's 7th inning is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. And stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Top 7, and the Red Sox are trying to solve Shota Imanaga. Sox trail 3-0 against the Cubs, whose left-hander Imanaga has gone 6 shutout frames on 84 pitches. He's got 4 strikeouts on his splitter. He's got 5 total, and he's been rolling. 5, 6, and 7 for the Sox, starting with Trevor Story, who takes the first pitch inside ball 1 in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat of Danvers and Millbury. Trevor's 0 for 2, a flyout to right, a strikeout on the split. Imanaga's 1-0. Story swings and misses out ahead of that devastating, disappearing splitter, and it's 1-1. That one had some cut to it as well. For most of this night, it's just been north and then south, but that moved east-west. 1-1. Story swings, and he lifts it in the air to left. Hat backs up, and he's got room to make the catch a step or 2 in front of the track for out number 1 in the Red Sox 7th. 10 in a row set down by Shota Imanaga since Roman Anthony had a leadoff walk in the 4th inning. Just nothing doing.
Now Chris Murphy is up in the Red Sox bullpen. McGuire, Bruhan, and Bush. I think Chris might be up for Tucker and or Bush in the 7th inning.
Cedar Rafaela takes ball 1 high.
This offense needs a jolt, doesn't it? I mean, just somebody to have a little lightning bolt. This feels like a good candidate to do it.
Cedar is 0 for 2 with a couple of foul pop-ups to first. Here in the 7th, the 1-0. Rafaela takes up high, 2-0. The Sox down 3-0. He's got 1 out, no one on, and they're just trying to solve Shota Imanaga. Guy missed nearly 2 months due to injury, but has been awesome when healthy this year. 2-0. Rafaela takes a strike down the heart of the plate. 2-1 from the Japanese southpaw.
I love that. I mean, it's off speed. It's 90 miles an hour, perfectly positioned. 2-0. Why not get yourself into a good count?
2-1. Rafaela swings and rolls over on one left side at Bruhan, who charges glove. Strong throw on the run to get Rafaela for out number 2 here in the 7th. Boy, that is a strong throw from Vidal Bruhan. There's 2 away with the bases empty for Masataka Yoshida. Sox had just 1 run yesterday, and now being shut out here at Wrigley on this Saturday night. Sun beginning to set here in Chicago, in the Wrigleyville neighborhood. Bases empty for Massa, who's 1 for 2 with a pull-side single his first time back in the 2nd. Only 3 hits for the Sox. First pitch is up high, ball 1 to Yoshida. It was interesting to hear Alex Cora kind of second-guess himself earlier today about pinch-hitting Masataka Yoshida yesterday. And you said it, he just kind of looked overmatched. 0-1 is swung on and rolled right side, and into right field, a base hit for Massa. His second 2-out single of the ball game. comes here in the top of the 7th with the Red Sox down 3-0. And 2 of the 4 hits for the Sox belong to Massa.
I asked him what he meant about that. He just said, I'm just telling you. I kind of apologize for that. I thought maybe he'd give a little more context, but I mean, he looked overmatched, right? And I think he's not really used Massa in that spot all that often. Maybe they didn't communicate it a certain way, but it's one of his great strengths, admitting where he thought he went wrong.
Here's Abraham Toro, and he takes strike 1, switch hitter from the right side. Yeah, it was in the 8th inning. It was for Carlos Narvaez. And Alex Cora said pregame felt like he just jumped the gun with that choice. Yoshida, of course, just coming back. 0-1 is swung on and trickled past the mound. Third base side, Imanaga gloves, throws on a spin, sails the throw. Toro reaches, Massa motors with great form to third. Toro's on, and the Red Sox have him at the corners with 2 outs here in the 7th, and will bring the tying run to the plate.
That was going to be hit all the way. That was a really silly choice there by Imanaga to even throw that ball. I'd be tempted to hit for Wong here. They won't do that, as the pitching coach will come out with the translator, Tommy Hotovy, to talk it over with Imanaga. I mean, I know it's your catcher. You don't want to maybe use Narvaez, give him the full day off. But, I mean, this is one of those spots it's been so hard to get anything going against this pitcher. The Red Sox today on the bench have a lot of lefties, right? I mean, it's Duran, Meyer, and Abreu. That's the reason they won't do it, I don't think, here. But, man alive, it's a spot where you'd love Wong to find something.
Yeah, again, there's been concerns about the workload for Carlos Narvaez. Just keeping that in mind, especially out of the break. And despite all those lefties, with Imanaga staying in the game, it's for Wong here. He's 0 for 2. Fly out to right and a pop to third. Right-hander Ryan Presley's up in the Cubs pen. Big chance for the Red Sox with 2 outs. First pitch. Wong swings and he pops it up toward the first base bag, into foul ground behind the bag. The second baseman Horner is there to make the catch, and the inning's over. Wong with an opportunity, but he pops out to second, and the Red Sox leave him at the corners. We hit the stretch. The guest conductor will be Kerry Wood, with the Red Sox trailing at Wrigley 3-0 to the Cubs on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution take on CF Montreal on Friday, July 25th at Gillette Stadium for Mascot Night. The most popular mascots in the region take the field for a soccer match at halftime. Friday, July 25th, the Revolution take on CF Montreal. Head to revolutionsoccer.net/tickets. That's revolutionsoccer.net/tickets.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Shaw's and Star Market have lowered hundreds of prices on the items you buy most, like boneless chicken breasts, 2-liter Coca-Cola, avocados, snacks, and much more. Find new lower price tags aisle after aisle. Full details at shaws.com/lower prices and starmarket.com/lower prices. The Red Sox just left him at the corners in the top of the 7th. And after Kerry Wood, Guest conducted the 7th inning stretch. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox down 3-0, and Chris Murphy comes on. First pitch to Reese McGuire, curls in for strike 1. So Murphy takes over after Brayan Bello battled, and it got through 6 innings. 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, all earned. The 0-1 sails high. It's a ball and a strike from Chris Murphy. For Brayan Bello, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, but those 2 home runs to begin the game, and then the leadoff walk in the 2nd. That turned into a sac fly. That's the only offense in this game. The 1-1. McGuire swings and tips it foul behind the plate. 1-2 for Brayan Bello, 92 pitches. And you figure for Alex Cora, he's probably going to deliver the same message that he had for Brayan Bello a few weeks ago and the one he had for Lucas Giolito yesterday. That, hey, if your bad ones are 6 innings, 3 runs, we'll take it. But still, the Red Sox unable to get any offense going. The 1-2 is cut on and missed, and McGuire strikes out. Chris Murphy continues to look good. He's got a strikeout to begin his day, and there's 1 gone in the bottom of the 7th. Time for the results of our poll from the New England Chevy dealers. Question of the day at Sox Booth on Twitter. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy dealers. Find exciting offers, too, on the powerful Silverado and feature-packed all-new Equinox. Matt Shaw will bat for Vidal Brujan. Question that we asked was, which of these rental pitchers that might be dealt before the deadline would you most like to have? Shot from the right side. Murphy's first pitch is down and in, ball 1. Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Charlie Morton, or Adrian Hauser. And with a whopping 52% of the vote, most people want Zach Gallen, 29% Merrill Kelly, then Charlie Morton and Adrian Hauser. 1-0 bends in for a strike, 1-1 on Shaw. I talked about it earlier, but it does feel like that's something the Red Sox would want to add, starting pitching. Craig Breslow has talked about the need for having that type of depth. 1-1 is swung on and launched to left field by Shaw. Back toward the wall, and that ball's gone. Pinch hit, solo shot for Matt Shaw here in the bottom of the 7th off Chris Murphy, and it adds on to Chicago's lead. 4-0 on the 3rd home run of the season for Matt Shaw, who has really struggled this year offensively, but pulls one over the wall in left, and a 1-out blast out of the 9-spot pinch hitting extends Chicago's lead. Well, Murphy has looked good since coming back, but he serves that one up, and now the lineup turns over for Michael Busch. First pitch, and the breaking ball twists down and away, ball 1. Well, Murphy has had success since coming back from injury. First 5 outings, 7 2/3, no runs, only 3 hits. 1-0 was swung on and grounded to first. Diving stab by Abraham Toro. Throws from his back, and Murphy got there covering for out number 2. Toro was sprawled out on his back. Back left shoulder of his jersey is caked in dirt, and he lobbed it over to Chris Murphy for the out.
That was a sick play.
Yes, please.
I do think Alex Cora will be asked after the game, why not hit for Wong in that spot? I mean, it's 3 lefties. It's Narvaez. He protects guys. It's a day game tomorrow. You got to ride your guys, but that was a big spot in this game.
And now Kyle Tucker. First pitch up and away, ball 1. So now the Red Sox are down 4-0, bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. And the base is empty. And Wong, again, it's 30 at bats with runners in scoring position. No hits this year. 1-0 is down and away, 2-0. And Narvaez will be back behind the plate tomorrow for Garrett Crochet in the finale from Wrigley Field. 4-1 Sox lost yesterday, 4-0 trailing bottom of the 7th here tonight. Tucker homered in the first, and since then a couple of ground outs to second. Pitch is a called strike to make it 2-1. Tucker, former 5th overall pick. Cubs gave up a lot to get him, and they hope to re-sign him. There's going to be a long line of suitors for Kyle Tucker. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive, pulled over second into right center field for Kyle Tucker with a base hit. Bobbled in right by Roman Anthony, but Kyle Tucker will hold at first. So, 2-out single. He's 2 for 4 in the ball game, and a 2-out base runner for Chicago, already up 4-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Brings up Seiya Suzuki in the 3 spot. He's 0 for 3. Fly out to center, fly out to right, and pop to short.
I think Craig Counsell is one of the great managers in the game. Such a good feel to put Shaw in that spot.
First pitch is in for a strike to Suzuki.
It's sort of hard to quantify that magic pixie dust that a manager feels here and now.
In year 2 for Craig Counsell here in Chicago. 0-1. That's up high. Ball and a strike on Suzuki. Craig Counsell got paid to take this job. 5-year deal worth a reported $40 million. Kind of setting the standard at the time. The 1-1. Suzuki swings and fouls it off over the Sox first base dugout.
Well, he helped Alex Cora make a lot more money, and he set the market. And frankly, I think it's a good thing, because I think the guys who actually are empowered to manage games and do it well are worth so much money. Good for Craig. The Brewers feel a little sort of jilted.
And yet still rolling. 1-2 is swung on and rolled to second sharply. Romy Gonzalez collects hip high, throws to first to retire Suzuki, and the inning's over. But a pinch hit, solo shot, and a good button push by Craig Counsell. Matt Shaw makes it 4-0 Cubs on top of the Sox after 7 at Wrigley on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Ice, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks iced energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks iced energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, Brad Keller, who overpowered the Red Sox with velocity, is on here again in the 8th inning. And here we go. Rob Refsnyder is going to be lifted for Jarren Duran. 4-0 Cubs. The Red Sox feel like they need a little spark in the biggest possible way. Duran, who started the game yesterday, walked a couple times and singled, is on for Keller. Matt Shaw stays in the game. He plays third base. Keller on in relief of Imanaga, and I promise you, in the Red Sox dugout, they're thrilled. Imanaga was awesome. And I'll tell you right now, as great a job as Craig Counsell has done, as Duran takes a pitch on the inside corner for strike 97 miles an hour, this is one that will be questioned. I mean, he was that good, Imanaga. This is managing to the book as Duran takes a pitch, actually swings and misses at a changeup, and it's 0-2. I mean, Keller was awesome. You get it. But Imanaga had the Red Sox tonight.
96 pitches. It would be the second most already that he's thrown in any outing, and they've never let him go more than like 103 in his 2 years.
Protecting him. The 0-2 to Duran. High fastball.
But
however,
I'm with you. The guy was so good. Like, Red Sox are thrilled to see Imanaga out of this game.
Pitch to Jaron is a little foul off the end of the bat. He's in there 1-2. He replaces Refsnyder, who doubled to begin the game and struck out and fouled out. You'd love Captain Chaos to jolt something right here. But he's behind 1-2. He takes a pitch. Down and in. Keller. Actually, away from him, a fastball at 99, and it's 2-2. Wow. Pitch. Duran takes a ball outside, and it's 3-2. This guy, he would occasionally touch 98 last year with the Red Sox. Now it's the norm. What happened? Need base runners. 3-2 to Duran. Here's the pitch, and he swings and misses. That's just nasty. Awesome changeup. 93 off 99, and there's one away.
Again, Keller last year with the Red Sox was averaging 93, 94. I mean, you said it maybe could run it up occasionally higher than that. That was his changeup at 93. After 99, I mean, the stuff is, like you said, overpowering from him.
Now, Alex Bregman with Abreu out on deck. He lines one down the left field line, does Alex, but foul and out of play. He was tuned up for the fastball, was Bregman. Out in front, strike one. Stay tuned for the Nissan post-game show. You deserve a card that thrills. Nissan's got an exciting line to put goosebumps on goosebumps. Bregman takes a ball just inside. A sweeper that missed. 1-1. 4-0 Cubs. Pitch to Bregman. Swinging a chopper foul. Soft hit on the third base side. And it is 1-2. This team that had so much mojo coming into the All-Star break. Shut down at the plate yesterday and again in game 2. 4-0. 1-2 to Bregman. Pitch fouled off. He was totally fooled there, was Alex. But that's an excellent job on a slider to reach out and stay alive. Wilyer Abreu is out on deck to hit for Romy. 1-2 pitch. Foul. Straight back. Keller on the extreme first base side of the rubber. Delivers. Bregman rips one foul down the left field line. Out of play. You know, it's interesting. Keller looks like a different guy. He looks stronger. He looks leaner. And he also sets up differently. Totally on the first base side of that rubber. Left foot in front of right. Here's a 1-2 to Bregman. High fastball. Missed. And it's 2-2. I know it's 4-0. It feels like Bregman is starting to feel it a little bit at the plate. Just good takes, good composure.
Some of the foul balls, you can kind of feel it as well with Bregman and just his overall comfort.
Only a matter of time for him. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Bregman tags strike 3. He was fooled there. That was awesome from Keller. Slider that froze him. And they're 2 down.
Yeah, Bregman buckled there. I mean, it's really impressive. Keller does kind of credit the Red Sox with some of correcting mechanical issues last year when he was with the Sox briefly, took in some new information, and then kind of continued that in the offseason. And he really impressed the Cubs in spring training. He was a non-roster invite. This guy's been an awesome bullpen arm for him.
I mean, we've seen him now for 5 outs. He's about the best reliever we've seen all year. So here now, Wilyer. See, the on base is empty. 4-0 Cubs. The pitch to him. This is outside with the fastball. Wilyer, 253, 18 homers and 52 driven in. Going into the break. He pops one foul outside of third foul. into the seats. Great shot of Jaron. He's furious with himself. Often the case in the Red Sox dugout. One and one. Pitch. Abreu fouls it off. Late on a heater. It's 1-2 for this Red Sox team that was just a house of fire. It's sort of jarring to see them struggle so much at the plate. There's been almost no loud contact these 2 days at Wrigley. Cubs lead 4-0, 1-2. Count 2 down. The pitch swung on a miss. He blew him away. The changeup, 95 on the outside corner. Who is this Brad Keller? He mows the Red Sox down, and they are down to their last 3 outs, with the Cubs leading it 4-0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Ice, energy, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks iced energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks iced energy. Find it in stores or online today. Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Chris Murphy remains in the game for the Red Sox as we go into the bottom of the 8th inning. 4-0 Chicago. Pete Crow Armstrong, Ian Happ, and Dansby Swanson of the Herd Chambers batting order. Herd Chambers, Kia Burlington. Sox staring down the barrel here. They got Crochet tomorrow on a Sunday afternoon before 3 in Philadelphia. How about these defensive changes? Abreu stays in the game. He's in right. Duran in center. Anthony in left. And Cedon is at second base for the Red Sox. He does PCA, a breaking ball from Murphy for a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Alex Cora told us that Cedon likely to play second base in Philadelphia, maybe game 3. Here's the pitch, and it's driven high and deep down the right field line. Gone if fair. It is hooking, and it is gone. Into the seats. Second homer allowed by Murphy. Cubs are ambushing the Red Sox, and it's 5-0.
5 runs, 4 home runs for the Cubs. And man, I know the Red Sox offense has not done anything through 2 games this weekend, but watching what the Cubs have here, it's a pretty impressive ball club.
There's no doubt about it. There is a difference between seeing a club from afar and then in living color. And I think in particular in this ballpark where they are 31-16 coming in, they feed off this crowd. Here's Ian Happ batting from the right side. He takes a strike. The outside corner, 0-1. A curveball from Murphy. That was a hanger to PCA. He was ready for it. He's such an impressive player. Balanced swing, hands back, and he launched. Ball outside to Ian Happ, and it's 1-1.
He's got this real swagger and personality about him as well. He's got the earrings, and pregame he's wearing a Derrick Rose shirt and just kind of ambling around like he's as cool as can be.
1-1. Swing and a miss. Good slider.
Talking to some of the Cubs broadcasters, though, I mean, they said, like, he is totally genuine. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of personality there, but everyone raves about the person that he is with this team and in this market.
1-2 to Happ. 5-0 Cubs. The pitch is a high fastball. Another one of those parallels between these markets, these franchises, where if you embrace it, you lean in, not only does it help you, but you're going to be beloved. And Pete Crow Armstrong is. Here's a pitch that misses down and in to Ian Happ, and it's 3-2.
My eyes went to him when they won the game yesterday, and after he celebrated with the corner outfielders, he looked back at the fans in left center, took off his cap, and saluted them out there.
He's got a little feel. Here's another shot. Deep to the field, forget about it. And to the bleachers, homer for Ian Happ. It's a party for the Cubs at Wrigley, and it's 6-0. 5 homers. Murphy getting torched tonight. And Chicago leads by half a dozen.
All 3 home runs on off-speed pitches. These last 2 on breaking balls. That one was hung up in the zone. Ian Happ scorched it 400 feet, pulled to left.
There's chum in the water right now for these Cubs hitters. Pitch to the right-handed hitting Dansby. Swanson misses outside. I mean, Murphy had been awesome. He totally missed. Well, you don't blame him. A little gun shy. It's a race to the bat rack for the Cubs. They are feeling it here at Wrigley. As a pitch in there for a strike. From Murphy, 1-1 to Swanson. Sox need Crochet big time tomorrow. The pitch to Swanson. Hard grounder to third. Beautiful pick by Bregman. He gloves and throws to first. Nicely done. And at last, an out in the 8th inning, 1 down.
They really do. I mean, you knew it was going to be tough playing these loaded teams at the top of the National League, but still, you couldn't get anything going offensively against Colin Ray, and then the bullpen for the back half of that game. And then today, Shota Imanaga was just fantastic, but you got to get some offense in support of Crochet tomorrow.
Well, this Cubs club is a swing and a miss by Nico Horner. And a breaking ball down and in. They're just feeling it. Out of the break at their ballpark. Fans are into it. They're launching it out. They're on a roll just like the Red Sox were before this series. We haven't seen Justin Turner in these 2 games as Horner takes a pitch inside, and it's 1-1. Many Red Sox players came out to greet him. I mean, JT was like Bregman and many before him, JD Martinez and others. A true leader in the clubhouse as Horner gets hit with a breaking ball down and in. So he's aboard. Murphy really fighting it here tonight. I loved Justin Turner. A great player, great leader, true humanitarian. He has a foundation that he runs with his wife, Courtney, as Andrew Bailey comes out. He was just a perfect fit for Boston. He went to Toronto, now here to Chicago, and everywhere he goes, teammates love him, and he just exudes winning.
40 years old. 17th season in the big leagues. I mean, his story is well documented about where he was at the time with the Mets and how that eventually led to his opportunity with the Dodgers. He ran with that, and then he's built this kind of second act of his career where he's bounced around. Last year was the Blue Jays and Seattle. He hasn't swung it that well at all here with the Cubs, but still, you got to imagine what a positive impact he is for this Chicago team.
Also hard to not love a good ginger. I talked to him before the game. He's just the best. He really is. Here's Reese McGuire. 5-6, nothing. The Cubs lead as McGuire ready to go. Launches one foul. Yanked it on the first base side, and it's 0-1. I mean, JT is the kind of guy where you talk to him 10 times a year before games in the clubhouse, and every time he gives you something that proves how wonderful he is as McGuire takes a pitch outside. It was 2 years ago, 2 weeks before his foundation event. They wanted to promote it. I asked him, is there anything else you'd like to have said about that? As a liner to short is caught by Story off the bat of McGuire. And lucky there for Murphy. Loud contact, and they're 2 down. And he said, yeah, here's the deal on the foundational event. Here's how you can get tickets and website information. He also said, you know, what's cool about today is that it's the 16th birthday of this young kid, Jacob, that I met. Terrible cancer diagnosis. And we took him under our wing as Murphy fires on a ground ball into right field, a base hit. Matt Shaw's having himself an inning or 2, and he is aboard. 2 on for the Cubs with 2 down. He said, it's his 16th birthday today. I just FaceTimed with him when he was 10 years old. I took him under my wing. I took him to Dave & Buster's, gave him unlimited plays with an awful cancer diagnosis, and now he's healthy and thriving. And that's just who Justin Turner is.
It's so cool. And guys who actually put their money where their mouths are, you know, and devoting that time and absolutely paying it forward. That's pretty special.
Here's Michael Bush. The pitch to him is crushed into right field. Will it hang up? Willier slides and makes the play. Not that it is that big of a play with 6 runs in for the Cubs, but still brilliant defense for Abreu. And it ends the inning and prevents more damage against Murphy. Top 9 next, 6-0 Cubs at Wrigley on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ryan Brazier, our old pal, is on against the Red Sox as we go into the top of the 9th inning. 6-0 Chicago. One of those series so far, the home plate umpire, Ryan Wells, is out saying something to Brazier. That is so unusual. He knows. Brazier, in this inning, we'll see Roman Anthony, and Trevor Story, and Cedon Rafael. All Cubs so far, 6-0. Not the start the Red Sox wanted out of the break. They, at this point, have no runs to the Red Sox. 5 hits, no errors. Cubs, 6 runs, 11 hits with 5 homers and 1 error. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass State Lottery. Let's make it the best night ever. Grab your friends, pick your numbers, and celebrate the night with Keno in the Mass State Lottery. 18 years or older to play. At this point in a ball game, you're hoping, even against a former teammate, to just find some positive momentum. Get anything started. Anthony against Brazier. Pitch to him is fouled off on the third base side. Roman has struck out, walked, and grounded to first. I mean, Ryan Brazier, in some ways, is the test case for Alex Cora as an eye test manager. Pitch to Roman is a fastball high and away for ball 1. Alex noticed him the first time that he came on to spring training as a hard-throwing, dominant reliever. One of the regulars were gone back in their Florida condos when Brazier would pitch, as Anthony fouled a pitch back to the screen. It's 1-2, and Alex said, wait a minute, what is this arm? This looks different. This looks dominant. And sure enough, a couple months into the season, he came up and became an integral part of that World Series winner.
Remember watching him when we were in Pawtucket in 2018, and it was like, when is this guy going to get called up? Because it wasn't just production, it was bowling ball fastballs that were unhittable.
1-2 to Anthony. Pitch, swung on a miss. He struck him out. Isn't that amazing, Mike? 7 years ago, you and I are in Pawtucket watching Ryan Brazier, and he was awesome. But what a world, what a life that 7 years later we're watching him pitch for the Cubs at Wrigley.
It was 98 then, it was 93 right there, but man, still 37 years old. What a job he's done, giving himself a big league career in the back half of his pro career.
Had a chat with him on the field before the game today as Trevor Story takes a strike. He had his son Colton on the field, and last time I saw Colton, he was like knee-high to me. Now he's 5'9", big kid. Brazier seems totally at peace with himself. The pitch to Trevor misses low. He said, you know, how lucky have I been? Red Sox, Dodgers, Cubs. And it is true for a Texas boy who went through so much, found himself in a lot of ways fighting for his baseball life. His story fouls one off. Tryouts on minor league fields in the desert in Vegas. He left a bachelor party to just have a shot, have any chance to keep his career alive. And now, a guy who's got a ring with the Red Sox, a ring with the Dodgers, and now with the Chicago Cubs. This is just storybook stuff.
He's pitching really well for the Cubs. Also, 1.10 ERA. It's only 16-plus innings, but he's been good, much like Drew Pomeranz has been really good.
6-0 Cubs. The Story fouls one on the third base side. Out of play, it stays 1-2. I always really enjoyed Ryan Brazier. Now, near the end with the Red Sox, he hit a wall. They used him a lot. Stuff was not what it once was. Went back to L.A. and totally rediscovered himself. 1 out in the ninth. 6-0 Cubs. Story swings and misses. He's gone. The Red Sox are down to their last out. But I think it's fair to say that truly, I mean, the Red Sox probably needed Ryan Brazier to win that World Series 7 years ago. Their last hope here, trailing by 6 runs, is Cedar Rafaela.
It's some big moments in 21 also to get that team into the playoffs.
He did.
Those games down the stretch.
Here's Cedar. He takes a pitch inside. And a 3-mile-an-hour sinker, ball 1. Now, I'll give Brazier this. He did argue with me in that era that Patrick Mahomes is not a generational talent, as Cedar swings and misses at a fastball. I think that's probably been proven wrong.
I'm going to disagree. Respectfully, Ryan.
But he was such a great teammate, a really well-liked guy. 6-0 Cubs. 2 down in the ninth. Cedon grounds one up the middle. What a beautiful play by Swanson to pick it, and then he throws it off the facing of the Red Sox dugout. It'll be an infield hit for Cedon. And the Red Sox keep their hopes alive for Masataka Yoshida.
That's a little bit of a why not. If you're Dansby Swanson, it would be a heck of a way to end the ball game. Spinning play, outfield grass, sealed the throw. Probably wouldn't have been in time to get Cedon anyway.
Well, that means he's got a 12-game hitting streak to Cedon. Bring up Massa. And actually, the truth is, that discussion was led mostly by Matt Strom, who we'll see this week in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Who's continued to be awesome with Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies. 2 down, 6-0. Cubs lead in the ninth. Here's Massa's looked really good. Takes a strike on the outside corner. So when he's got 2 hits tonight, the Red Sox as a club just yearning for hits. Moss has done his part. Third of the knocks tonight. He takes a strike on the inside corner. And Boston down to their final strike. On 2. Popped up foul. Straight back. Off the overhanging roof just to our left.
I would take one at the end. Why not?
Come on.
Dull the pain a little bit that's coming tonight after this one.
You mean off the forehead or in the hands?
Wear it, Happy Gilmore off the chest.
0-2 to Massa. Pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Should end it. Swanson's got it. He throws to first. In time. The ball game is over. Cubs have won the first 2 of this set. 6-0 tonight. Imanaga great. Couple homers right out of the gate set the tone for Chicago. And the Red Sox need Crochet and the offense to right the ship tomorrow. Salvage the finale. 6-0 Chicago. Nissan postgame show next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about.